Chapter 34-22. Swish. With a sound of water, Xiaohua's mouth and nose are suddenly flooded with ice-cold river water. It's like he's plunging into a saint river. Xiaohua wants to use the water avoidance art without hesitation, but just as the true essence in his meridians is surging, the river water in front of him instantly disappears. Not far away, Xian is holding a goose egg-sized bead in her hand. That bead is emitting a blue brilliance, blocking the river water within 100 feet. It's a water avoidance bead. Standing on the left side of Xian is Gu Zhen, whose body has transformed into the size of an ordinary person. Sitting on the right side of Xian is Ci Hui, whose face is dark red. On the contrary, Xian's gaze falls on Xiaohua. Her eyes flash with a pensive expression. She says faintly, "Little monk, I have to thank you. If not for you being able to accurately predict the formation door's appearance, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place even with immortal friend Ci Hui's heart's fulfillment art." "Hee, it's nothing," Xiaohua says half-heartedly. Looking left and right at the river water outside the water avoidance bead, he says with a smile, "I only had a slight feeling, that's all. Everything is because of senior brother Ci Hui. If not for his heart's fulfillment art, how could we have entered? Senior brother Ci Hui's contribution is naturally great, but, if not for your reminder, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate on finding the door in advance." Xian stares at Xiaohua and says again. At this moment, Ci Hui also opens his eyes and says with a forced smile, "Indeed, when junior brother Di Pu reminded me, I already activated my mental force and prepared myself. Junior brother's reminder is the finishing touch." Xiaohua looks Xian up and down. He says with a smile, "I've always felt that I'm a burden. Being able to lend senior brother a hand today, my heart naturally feels at ease. There's no need to mention anything about claiming credit. Little monk, just now when the door appeared, you seemed to want to say something. Could it be that you were able to foresee the appearance of the door? Could it be that you know this ancient formation?" Gu Zhen seems to have thought of something and says. Xiaohua touches his nose and says with a bitter smile, "What are you talking about, great master? This is an ancient Taoist formation, how could I know? Just now when this little monk came in, I was still puzzled. I had clearly rushed through the door, but why did it look like I had plunged headfirst into the river?" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't admit it, Xian didn't ask anymore. She only said, "Little monk, if you know anything, you can tell us. We are now one body, we must advance and retreat together. Don't hide anything." Yes, I understand." Xiaohua nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. For this little monk's own life, this little monk will also tell you everything he knows. Xian snorted coldly, then reached out her hand and took out a jade box. She turned to Ci Hui and asked, "Fellow immortal Ci Hui, are you done resting? We don't have much time, so we need to hurry." Ci Hui slowly got up and nodded. "Xian, don't worry. I am fine now." Ci Hui, fly behind this old monk. Gu Zhen looks at the water curtain on the left. Outside the water curtain, there are some strange swimming fishes and some grayish-black seaweed. There are no bones to be seen. He doesn't know whether to be happy or sad, so he says in a deep voice, "You rashly used the relic's psychokinesis, shaking the relic's foundation. You should use more heart to nourish it, it's not good to use psychokinesis again." "Yes, thank you, martial ancestor." Ci Hui slightly nods, the Buddhist light around her body flickers. She should be following the instructions to cast the spell. "New Tanua, where do we fly to next?" Gu Zhen asks Xian again. Xian says with confidence, "Great master, don't worry. This is the bottom of the Sage River, thousands of feet deep. We are surrounded by river water, so it's hard to determine our direction. Although we have the water avoidance pearl, we can't fly at will. Once we touch the formation's restriction, we can't go forward anymore. I have a secret talisman of the Taoist gate here, it's time to use it. Amitba, then I'll have to trouble New Tanua." Gu Zhen puts his palms together and stands to the side. As early as when Xian took out that jade box, Xiaohua already saw clearly that there was a talisman of the Daoist gate stuck on the outside of the jade box. Inside the jade flute must be the magic tool that Xian used to break the formation. Xian raises her eyes to look at Xiaohua, then spits out a mouthful of true qi on the jade box. That talisman stuck on the box immediately floats up, flashes in midair and turns into a pile of ashes. As soon as the talisman disappears, a ball of dark green brilliance comes out of the jade box. A wave of magic power familiar to Xiaohua is transmitted along with the brilliance. Oh, what magic tool is this? It seems the magic power's fluctuation is very strange. Xiaohua doesn't dare to spread his divine sense far, only sweeping it in front of him. He is somewhat stunned as he thinks. Xian then raises her hand and opens the lid of the jade box. A 2 fingers wide and 4 fingers long flat jade flies out of the jade box. Jade talisman? A kind of surprise flashes in Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of jade talisman is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent where the Daoist gate is flourishing. How can it appear in the Buddhist gate's nirvana world? What is the origin of this Xian? Is it possible that a disciple of a Confucian family can use the Daoist gate's jade talisman? Sure enough, Xian opens her mouth and spits out another ball of true qi. This true qi is different from before. When it lands in the air, it immediately takes the shape of a sword. Xian's left hand grabs the air as if she is holding the flying sword. Then, as if she is forming a seal, that flying sword rapidly moves in midair. Go! Xian lightly reprimands. The true qi condensed into a flying sword suddenly explodes. The true qi rushes into the seal that was drawn on the flying sword before. Xian pushes her hand again. That true qi hits the jade talisman in midair. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of chaotic sounds, that jade talisman explodes like a blossoming emerald flower. Thousands of green lights fly in all directions, ka 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 ka. The green lights emitted the splendor of the water avoidance pearl. Once they touch the water curtain outside, the water curtain immediately changes. Some parts turn into nothingness, while other parts condense into ice. In particular, this splendor rapidly extends into the distance. A beautiful ice palace unexpectedly appears in front of Xiaohua and the others. This. Not to mention Xiaohua's surprise, even Ci Hui and Gu Zhen, who have already discussed this beforehand, look at the ice palace that suddenly appears in disbelief. They are speechless. This is the ancient Daoist gate's ice condensing talisman. Unexpectedly, Xian blinked her eyes mischievously and explained in a somewhat showy manner. Mo Yuntong mentioned that the channel of this magic formation is condensed by the water-based qi of heaven and earth. It does not prevent the river water from flowing in. Even the river water in the channel may be an illusion created by the magic formation. At this point, Xian glances at Gu Zhen and continues to say, just by using the imperial equipment in the water avoidance pearl, we can't distinguish the true formation channel. Moreover, if we are not careful, it is very easy to fall into the formation and not be able to escape. Mo Yuntong mentioned an idea. If the river water in this channel is frozen, presumably the illusory river water will disappear and the true channel will appear. However, this method has very high requirements for the cultivator who uses the ice sealing technique. Not only must they have enough Dharma power, but they must also control the technique to the smallest detail and not touch the formation. Coincidentally, I have seen a Daoist gate's ice sealing talisman. This thing itself is a water-type talisman. It is of the same origin as the formation in this river. Therefore, I don't need to know any ice sealing technique, I only need to use this talisman. Even more coincidentally, Xiaohua can't help but say, Benefactress also knows how to use the Daoist gate's talisman with Confucian cultivation's true qi. Say, how can things in this world be so coincidental? It really is. Xian smiled proudly and pointed to the depths of the ice palace. It's such a coincidence. Now, we only need to fly inside and not touch the walls of the passage, and we will be able to find the trace of the immortal artifact. Alas, Xian Tanua is indeed well prepared. Ci Hui sighs again. If it was someone else, even if they came in, they would have to touch the formation's restrictions sooner or later. Let's go. It seems to be very big inside. My true chi has already been suppressed. Your Buddhist senses can't go very far, right? We still have a long way to go. Xian flies up first. She has already put away the water avoidance pearl, but still holds the flexible sword in her hand. Seeing Xian fly up, Guzhen glanced at Ci Hui and followed behind without saying anything. Ci Hui smiled and said to Xiao Hua, "Thank you, junior brother Tip, for covering the rear for us. It's no problem. This is the safest place. This little monk can't ask for more." Xiao Hua raises his hand and asks Ci Hui to fly first. The four people fly up, with Xiao Hua at the back. He tries to release his Buddhist senses. Sure enough, it is extremely suppressed and can't go more than 10 feet. Moreover, the formation channels in the four walls also block his Buddhist senses, so it can't go out at all. But fortunately, Xiao Hua feels that his soul sense is not suppressed too much. If it can go very far. These are bones. Not long after flying out, Xiao Hua is trying to use his soul sense. In front of him, Xian calls out with some hesitation. Xiao Hua looks up. On the ice channel several feet away, there is an area densely packed with hundreds and thousands of bones. These bones are already scattered. It is impossible to tell what kind of bones they are. Moreover, the size of the bones is also different. Some are half a foot long, some are several feet long. They are obviously not human bones. Alas, Amitba. Guzhen's slightly sorrowful voice rises. Thank you for the reminder. This old monk has already seen it. Although this old monk is already prepared, when faced with these bones, my heart is complicated. This formation must be the skeleton of my younger brother. This formation is so miraculous. With this old monk's current cultivation, this old monk can't deal with it. How can he escape at that time? Forget it. Since this old monk can face his skeleton, this old monk can recite the rebirth mantra several times. This old monk has already fulfilled his lifelong wish. After saying that, Guzhen sits cross-legged in front of the ice wall formed by the bones. He puts his palms together and devoutly recites the rebirth mantra. Strands of elemental energy are sent into the ice wall along with Guzhen's chanting. Unfortunately, the ice wall has no reaction at all. It is like a clay ox entering the sea. Chapter 34-23. When a drop of crystal-clear tear flowed out of Guzhen's left eye, it slowly slid across his slightly rough face and condensed on his chin. Xiao Hua's suspicion in his heart completely disappeared. Xiao Hua really didn't dare to believe that a Buddhist disciple who practiced Dharma protector, Hanju, was a typical example. Guzhen revealed his true feelings. His so-called story of his brother's disappearance should be true, then his purpose of entering the formation should be normal. Guzhen's chanting was gentle and sad, far from the chanting of an ordinary monk. Xian and Ci Hui also felt sad in their hearts, standing there silently. Xian didn't urge Guzhen to hurry up, but from time to time, she looked at the ice wall covered with white bones. She knew that the ice wall must be the water curtain of the formation before it was frozen. These white bones didn't rush into the Saint River but stayed in the water curtain, so they must be imprisoned. She was afraid that Guzhen's psyche power would touch these white bones and trigger the restriction. Fortunately, after half an hour, Guzhen's voice gradually stopped, and the ice near the white bones didn't change at all. Only then did Xian let out a long breath. At the same time, Guzhen also let out a sigh of relief. After Guzhen finished chanting the rebirth mantra, he stood up and chanted Amitba 9 times in a row, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His eyes, which were full of killing intent before, also had a trace of vitality. Seeing this, Xian said with a smile, "Congratulations, Master Guzhen, for untangling the knot in your heart. Thank you, Xian Tanua, for fulfilling my wish." Guzhen hurriedly tidied his monk robe, put his palms together and bowed solemnly. If I didn't meet you, I don't know when I could be free. This is Buddha's mercy, Xian said with a smile. Master, you have contributed a lot to Buddhism. Buddha saw that you were burdened by the knot in your heart, so he pointed out the supreme path for you, but it has nothing to do with me. Heavenly flowers with others, lingering fragrance in my hand. Ci Hui also said with a smile, Buddha used Tanyue to help Guzhen become Grandmaster Guzhen. Tanyue also has boundless merit. I don't dare, Xian replied. If Master Guzhen has nothing else to do, can we move on? Let's go. Guzhen said with a relaxed smile, I'm fine. In the future, I will listen to Tanyue's instructions. Good. Xian controlled the auspicious cloud beneath her feet and continued to lead the way. Guzhen glanced at Baigu again before following closely behind. The ice cave's passageway was similar to ordinary mountain paths, and was even more difficult to distinguish than mountain paths. After Xiao Hua and the others flew forward for half an incense stick's worth of time, many forks appeared. These forks were no different in Xiao Hua's eyes, and even their shapes were exactly the same. Even Xian often stopped and took out her ink cloud eyes to carefully examine them. Finally, Xian's ink cloud pupil was no longer useful when she saw 3 different paths in front of her. She of Guzhen's of a man, Tanyue's of a man, Tanyue, and her, Tanyue, and then, Tanning, Tanyue. Tanyue S, Sans S, Tanyue's, Yuntong, Tanyong's, San S, Tanyue, Tain S, Tanyue's, Tanyue, was, Tanyue S, and, S, Tennis's, I's SS, Tong. I've made preparations in advance, but I want to see if there are any clues. It's best if we don't use the prepared means. Okay, let's see together. Tanyue understood Xian's thoughts, and then she flew toward one of the paths. Tanyue. Xian hurriedly called, don't go too deep, and don't touch the ice wall. I understand. Tanyue entered the path with a smile. Xiao Hua and Guzhen also responded, each entering a fork in the road. Xiao Hua didn't know what Tanyue were like, but he himself was very careful. After flying for hundreds of feet, another 4 paths appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua immediately stopped flying. This was not the void, and he didn't dare to wander around. Looking at the 4 paths that looked similar, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The person who set up the formation is really insidious. Why did he make so many paths? Damn it, if I set up a formation in the future, I'll make it more complicated than this one. After venting his anger, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to fly back, but when he turned around, a huge shadow pressed down from above his head. Who? Xiao Hua was surprised, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. However, when he took a closer look, he laughed again. He saw that outside the ice wall above his head was the water of the Sage River, and the huge monster was a huge river fish that he had never seen before. The river fish swayed its huge tail slightly, and it didn't notice Xiao Hua in the formation below. Xiao Hua looked at the river fish's leisurely appearance, smiled slightly, put away the wishful staff, and continued to fly back. However, after flying for a while, he began to mutter in his heart, this formation is really strange. Not to mention that it's completely arranged at the bottom of the Sage River. The passage in this formation is so close to the river water, and there's something strange about it. If I were to encounter danger and desperately break through this ice wall, wouldn't I be able to escape the formation? However, is this formation so easy to break through? Xiao Hua thought as he flew, and soon saw Xian's figure. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart lit up, and he realized, Grandma, I was almost fooled again. How can I directly see the formation outside? Outside this ice wall must be an illusion of the formation, which is to lure people into the river water. Once they touch the formation, they will definitely die. Alas, thanks to Xian's frozen talisman. Right, speaking of the frozen talisman, this jade talisman is really powerful, even stronger than my fire talisman. I just don't know if the Xian family has a refining method. Little monk. When Xiao Hua's heart was filled with greed, Xian raised her voice. Have you found a way out? No. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. This little monk's luck has always been bad. I only encountered 4 forks and turned back, not daring to go forward. Huh, it's already good. Xian laughed. If you were the only one who encountered 4 forks, then this path is the right one. Hearing this, Xiao Hua shook his head. There's no need to plan for the best. Senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen's passage must also have 4 forks. Oh. Xian raised her eyebrows, not forgetting to probe. Could it be that this little monk knows how to set up a formation? TCH. Xiao Hua pursed his lips. Even a child would understand this kind of little trick. How could the person who set up the formation not know? Do they still need this little monk to know how to set up a formation? Sure enough, not long after, Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen also returned, explaining one by one. The 2 of them were a bit stronger than Xiao Hua, so they each chose 2 passages and went deeper. However, later on, they both returned. It was really as Xiao Hua said, they also encountered 4 forks. After hearing this, Xian smiled bitterly, saying, actually, if we patiently explore these forks, we may be able to find a way out. Unfortunately, we have only just entered the formation, the difficult part is still inside, we can't waste time here. As she spoke, she reached out and took out a purple object that was only 3 inches long. That object was similar to sandalwood, emitting a faint trace of a meaty aroma. There was also a burnt black color on it, as if it had just been extinguished. 6 directions divine concealment incense? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The name of this ancient object very easily appeared in his mind. At the same time, some other memories appeared. Ah. Immediately after, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised, then he suddenly understood. These memories were all given to him by the ghost cultivator Huang Yi, but before the spiritual energy was not clear, the spiritual cavities were not completely opened. Now, these memories, along with the understanding of the green-robed Xiao Hua and the other primordial spirits, were being absorbed by Xiao Hua at an accelerated rate. This. What is this? Ci Hui naturally did not know, and asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised, it seems to be my Buddhist sect sandalwood? This object is called divine concealment incense. Xian raised her hand, and said with a smile, although it's called incense, in reality, it has nothing to do with your Buddhist sect, it's a secret technique of the Tao sect. I don't know what this object is made of, but after it's ignited, the incense can protect the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit escapes, as long as the incense itself is not extinguished, no restriction can prevent the primordial spirit from escaping. Escape technique. Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately understood that this was the Tao sect's escape technique. As long as the divine concealment incense was not extinguished, its incense could provide a passage for the escaping primordial spirit. No matter where, the primordial spirit could return. Hearing this, Gu Zhen frowned, and said, could it be that Enchanting is also proficient in the Tao sect's escape technique? Enchanting said with a smile, I can't be considered proficient, I only know a little. Following Enchanting's smile, her gaze swept over Xiao Hua with interest. Damn it. Instantly, Xiao Hua wanted to stomp his feet. Is there a need? If you can understand the Tao sect's magic, why can't this young master understand it? Although this young master is a Buddhist sect disciple, isn't it better to learn from others? You can't just let the state officials set fires and not let the common people light lamps, right? That's right. Previously, Xiao Hua did not care about looking at her a few more times and insinuating a few more times. He also did not know where he had exposed himself, but now that he heard Enchanting's words, he naturally knew that this Confucian woman had already seen through the signs of his Tao sect cultivation. Of course, it could also be said that this woman was somewhat suspicious. That's not possible. Xiao Hua did not look at Enchanting. He lowered his head and thought to himself, even if she has Tao sect cultivation, this Xiao did not use any Tao sect divine ability. Oh, I understand. The moment this Xiao entered the formation, this Xiao seemed to have activated his true essence. Perhaps at that time, she would have been able to sense the fluctuations of true essence. Alas, this little girl is still worried about this Xiao. At this moment, Xi Hui frowned, and said, in that case, Tanyue is preparing to use the escape technique of his primordial spirit to explore the path? To be precise, he is using a trace of his primordial spirit. Xian said with a smile, the Dao sect has a secret technique that can release a trace of his primordial spirit for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the primordial spirit is of the same mind, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough for this one to explore these 3 paths. Chapter 34-24. Xian Tanyue, be careful. Xi Hui didn't quite understand and only instructed. Xian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi onto the incense. The tip of the incense flashed brilliantly and ignited. A faint wisp of smoke shot straight into the air. Grandmaster Gu Zhen, please protect this little girl. Xian's cherry lips parted slightly. She immediately sat down in the air and formed a spell that Xiao Hua was unfamiliar with. Her eyes were tightly shut. Hearing this, Gu Zhen waved his hand and placed the huge demon subduing pestle in front of his chest. His eyes widened and he vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Xiao Hua didn't open his transcendence vision so he couldn't see anything. He only saw that the incense suddenly split into 3 and rushed straight into the 3 forks. Then, the entire passage was filled with a faint smell of meat. Oh! Xian actually split into 3 primordial spirits? Xiao Hua's eyes brightened. This guy is from a scholarly family. How does he know so many Taoist secret techniques? Even this young master doesn't know this secret technique. Just as Xiao Hua was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, a beastly roar came from the left side of the tunnel. Soon after, the entire frozen tunnel shook. Looking at Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, a strand of golden true energy rushed out from the top of her head. In an instant, it completely protected her. The part of her face that was not covered by the true energy turned dark red. Not good. Gu Zhen hurriedly said, I'm afraid Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is in danger. Just as he was speaking, the fragrance of the incense grew stronger. A gust of wind blew out from the other 2 passages and rushed in front of Xian, extinguishing the incense in an instant. Let's go. At the same time the incense was extinguished, Xian opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for her to stand up, auspicious clouds immediately appeared below her and carried her towards the passage that Xiao Hua just explored. There's an essence-devouring demonic beast in that passage. Hearing the name of an essence-devouring demonic beast, Gu Zhen's expression changed. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew with Xian. Xiao Hua accompanied Xi Hui and followed behind. At this time, Xian Xinrua was also familiar with the path in front. Encountering a fork, she didn't hesitate. The 4 of them quickly flew for another incense stick's worth of time. Senior brother Xi Hui, what is this essence-devouring demonic beast? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice when he saw that Xian had already slowed down. Alas, this essence-devouring demonic beast is an extinct demonic beast from ancient times. It feeds on the essence qi of both humans and demonic beasts. Neither Buddhism nor Confucianism have any effective means to resist this demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that are more powerful can resist it. Fortunately, there were very few of these demonic beasts in the world. Later on, for some unknown reason, they disappeared without a trace. This little monk has also heard about it from Confucian cultivators. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Xi Hui replied in a low voice. Xiao Hua was deep in thought. Looking at Xian's back view in front, he said, looks like that trace of Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's gone with no return. You're the meat bun. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, Xian immediately stopped, turned her head and scolded. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Xian's flushed face, He knew that her primordial spirit was damaged. He didn't dare to say anything and hastily shut his mouth. Humph. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Xian, who was in a bad mood, coldly snorted. She looked around and said, Great Master Gu Zhen, this one's primordial spirit is damaged. I need to take medicine to heal. I'll have to trouble Great Master Shen to protect me. Alas, Xian Tanua has worked hard. This old monk is duty-bound. Gu Zhen flew past Xiaohua and Ci Hui with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He landed at the back, facing the entrance of the passage. This little monk will go to the front. Xiaohua was very tactful. Without waiting for Ci Hui to speak, he flew past Xian and arrived about 10 zhang in front of her. Xian took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and crushed the top of the bottle. She opened her mouth and poured a strand of golden medicinal liquid into it. Immediately, her body's true qi surged and protected her. Several strands of true qi lingered around her 7 apertures and the top of her head like small snakes. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xian opened her mouth and all the golden true qi entered her mouth. She then stood up and said, All right, Great Master Gu Zhen, let's continue. Xian Tanua. Ci Hui, who had been standing not far from Xian, hurriedly asked, Your primordial spirit is damaged. Why don't you rest for a while? Alas, many thanks for fellow immortals' concern. Xian sighed slightly. This one's primordial spirit was swallowed by the spirit-devouring demonic beast. If I want to recover, I'll need 3 years of hard work. Now that I've taken the soul-condensing golden liquid, my primordial spirit is temporarily protected. There won't be any big problems. There's no difference between resting more and resting less. All right. Ci Hui nodded helplessly. However, fellow immortal can't lead the way from now on. That's right. This old monk will lead the way from now on. Gu Zhen flew over, his voice very loud. Xian nodded, then I'll have to trouble Great Master. No matter. Gu Zhen smiled, I can't accept a reward without any effort. If this old monk doesn't put in effort, wouldn't I be ashamed to face Tanua? How can this old monk reach out and take the ancient Buddha blessing? Hee. Xian smiled faintly, this one's preparations can be considered adequate. However, I didn't expect that before we even went deeper, I would feel a little defeated. This primordial spell formation is really powerful. If it weren't for Great Master, a 5th grade primordial chi senior, this one definitely wouldn't dare to go any deeper. Let's go. Gu Zhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew up first. Xian naturally followed behind, and Xiaohua brought up the rear again. Under Xian's guidance, the 4 of them flew for a while more. They saw that the frozen ice walls were gradually decreasing, and the forks in the path were also decreasing in number. After flying through a long passage where ice and water intersected, a water wall appeared in front of them. This water wall was azure in color and didn't show any signs of being frozen. It seemed like they had reached the end of the spell formation. Lady Tanua. Gu Zhen stopped in front of the water wall and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the water wall that was more than 100 feet in size. He turned back and said, How should we go next? Tanua, please cast your spell. Xian also stopped and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she flew close to the water wall and looked up and down. She even stretched out her hand and extended her soft sword, gently piercing it into the water wall. The water wall really looked like river water, and the soft sword sank into it. However, when Xian pulled out the soft sword, there was no river water on it. Strangely, Xian didn't rush to put the soft sword away after pulling it out. Instead, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it gently. Xiaohua and Ci Hui also flew over at this time. Ci Hui stood beside Gu Zhen while Xiaohua flew to the water wall and asked, Benefactor Xian, is this water wall no longer the spell formation's restriction? There are records of this water passage in the ink cloud pupil. Although the water here isn't the river water of the Sage River, there are no restrictions inside. The spell formation's restriction is the same as the maze we're in, on the outer layer. Xian sniffed the aura on the soft sword and carefully put it away. As if she was sure, she nodded and said, however, this river water is mixed with a highly toxic poison. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, Taoist, or demon, as long as the skin touches it, it will immediately split open. No protective spells will work. Highly toxic? Then. Xiao Hua frowned. How should we go over? Hee, this is where we should borrow the power of the great master. Xian turned to Gu Zhen and said with a smile, my original plan was to use Master Fontain's magic tool to freeze the poisonous water in this water passage or expel it to prevent our skin from touching it. Now, with the great master's Buddhist alms bowl, we can also collect it. Naturally, this water passage can be emptied. It's that simple? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief. He didn't think that the ancient spell formation only relied on poisonous water to block people. It's that simple. Xian nodded. This water passage relies on highly toxic poison. There's no antidote for the ancient poison now. If we touch it, we'll definitely die without a burial place. Of course, this passage is extremely long. Ordinary Confucian cultivators' magic tools have limited capacity, so it's difficult to collect all the poisonous water in the passage. Only Taoist magic tools and Buddhist magic tools can do it. Also, if we can't collect or freeze all the poisonous water in the passage in one go, the uncollected poisonous water in front of us will immediately trigger the restriction of the spell formation. New poisonous water will pour in again, and we'll have no choice but to return here. I see. This old monk understands. Gu Zhen nodded slightly, put away the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and took out the alms bowl. He said with a smile, of course, this old monk's alms bowl only collected less than half of the water in the Four Extremes mountain. Since Xian Tanua thinks it's possible, this old monk's Buddhist magic tool will definitely work. That. Xiao Hua said, worriedly, there's already a lot of water in the great master's alms bowl. Can't you collect less water now? Ha, little monk, this old monk has already sprinkled the water in the alms bowl on the dry land on the way here. Now, this alms bowl is empty. Gu Zhen laughed and tossed the alms bowl in his hand. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his previously shrunken body expanded again until he was about 10 feet tall. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal hit the alms bowl. The alms bowl spun and gradually expanded, flying in front of Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen flew in front of the water wall. The alms bowl spat out Buddhist light and covered the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, the water in the water wall swayed and rippled. Gu Zhen didn't look back and laughed. Are you all ready? We're ready. Great Master, please cast the spell in front of us. Once the poisonous water in the passage is collected, there will be a gap immediately. Great Master, please go ahead. Xian took a deep breath, and his previously flushed face had somewhat calmed down now. Amitabha. Gu Zhen chanted the name of Buddha and formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light above the alms bowl buzzed and rushed into the water wall like a whirlpool on the surface of the river. Everyone's eyes fell on it expectantly. Woo-woo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, ripples appeared on the water wall inside the Buddhist light. The ripples spread wider and deeper, forming a whirlpool. However, it was an inverted whirlpool, protruding above the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, it was gradually sucked into the alms bowl. Chapter 34-25. Come back. Gu Zhen roared and pushed the Buddhist light that had landed on the wall of water. The entire wall of water shook, and the water ripple that had protruded a few inches and hadn't fallen into the alms bowl was grabbed by a big hand and stuffed into the bowl. As soon as the water wave fell, the water tunnel immediately emptied a few inches of space. Xiao Hua's eyes swept across the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. The walls were like ice walls, but there was no sign of frost. Outside the mirror-like water wall, it was pitch black. There was no water grass or river fish. The Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect was really powerful. Xiao Hua looked around for a moment and found that the poisonous water in the tunnel had been sucked away by about a foot. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Zhen was doing it with ease. The speed of the poisonous water being absorbed into the alms bowl was getting faster and faster. Good. Xian smiled and clapped her hands. Although the Buddhist sect's supernatural power is not as sharp as the Tao sect's magic, it has always been able to take drastic measures. Master Gu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water is better than Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Xiao Hua said faintly. Master Gu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water into the Buddhist treasure will take some time. I guess it won't be as fast as Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. In fact, instead of using the alms bowl to absorb the poisonous water, it's better for us to use the Buddhist weapon to escape through the water. Humph, what do you know? Although it's very difficult to absorb the poisonous water at the beginning and the speed is slow, after the initial poisonous water is absorbed, the other poisonous water will flow and fill in one by one. With the push and pull, the speed will get faster and faster. Oh, and I forgot to say that the water in the tunnel is not the river water of the Saint River. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it is also mixed with the innate heavy water. As long as someone or something enters it, it will trigger the magic formation. Thousands of heavy water will press down on the person, making it impossible to move forward or backward. Xian glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily. You thought of it, but I thought about it long ago. If we can walk through it, why would I bother to find Master Feng Tian? All right. Xiao Hua knew that there were many ways to break the restrictive spell, but he was only considering it from his own point of view. He didn't refute and nodded slightly. It was just as Xian had said. The first step was the most difficult step, but the next 3 meters were much easier. Master Gu Zhen flew faster and faster. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly urged their clouds to follow behind. It was just as Xiao Hua had seen at the beginning. After entering the tunnel, there was no trace of the water wall at all. It was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was flying in the air. On the water wall, there were several clear shadows. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness swept over and was immediately absorbed by the smooth mirror surface. Xiao Hua quickly withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Looking at Xian again, she also had an unnatural expression on her face. Most likely, she had also turned into a meat bun after releasing her divine sense. Looking at Master Gu Zhen's Buddha body and his increasing speed, Xiao Hua was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Ci Hui, isn't Master Gu Zhen's speed too fast? Why does this little monk have the illusion that the poisonous water is absorbing Master Gu Zhen instead of Master Gu Zhen withdrawing the poisonous water? Hiss. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ci Hui was also stunned. She took a breath and said in a low voice, Junior Brother's words also make this poor monk puzzled. Why is Grandmaster's speed increasing again and again? What do you know? Xian sneered, the water in this tunnel needs to be filled at all times. If the Grandmaster keeps the water, then the Grandmaster will have to pour even more water in. This water needs to be poured in from the front. The more water the Grandmaster keeps, the more water will pour in, and the more force the Grandmaster will use to push the Grandmaster in. As you can see, it's not that Master Gu Zhen is consuming too much karma, but that the formation is pushing the alms bowl with too much force. Master Gu Zhen has no choice but to speed up. The problem is, what if Master Gu Zhen's speed can't compare to the speed of the formation filling the water? Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. This. Xian bit her lips and hesitated. After a moment, she said, in my opinion, as long as Master Gu Zhen's Buddhist treasure alms bowl can hold enough poisonous water, he will be fine. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't let her go. He asked again, but what if Master Gu Zhen's alms bowl can't hold so much poisonous water? Hearing this, Xian's expression changed slightly. She stared at Xiao Hua for a moment and suddenly became furious. She shouted hysterically, how do I know what to do? I'm just a little girl. I want to come to this formation to find treasures. I racked my brains to find Mo Yuntong. According to Mo Yuntong's fragments, I repeatedly thought about it and prepared the things I needed according to my own thoughts. I didn't dare to find others, nor did I dare to tell the people around me. I painstakingly endured for more than 10 years before I found you. You have such an opportunity. Not only did you not thank me, but you also pointed here. If you have the ability, go find Mo Yuntong. If you have the ability, go find an ancient formation. You want to ask what will happen if the poisonous water comes in again? Well, then I'll tell you. I've thought about this poisonous water for a long time. Unless you don't touch it, once you touch it, even if you are a Buddhist sex arhat or a Confucian sex grandmaster, your protective true chi and other things won't work. You just need to close your eyes. Later, when you turn into a white bone, it will also float at the entrance of the formation as a warning to others. Of course, if you can speak at that time, don't let anyone in. Xian's voice wasn't soft. Her tone was very fast, as if she was anxious and angry. Looking at her face, the redness had gradually faded. Instead, it was a little pale and there were some tears in her eyes. She looked extremely wronged. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian to have such a reaction. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply closed his mouth. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "This little girl. What does she mean? Could it be that she came to find the immortal artifact for other purposes? Why didn't she even dare to tell her family members and instead believe outsiders?" However, it really wasn't easy for her to find so much information. Ci Hui gave Xiao Hua a rare glare, then turned to Xian and said warmly, "Xian Tanua, don't be angry. Junior brother Tip only asked a few more questions for our safety. In such a dangerous place, no matter how careful we are, we can't be too careful." Xian also realized her gaffe. She slightly clenched her teeth and did her best to hold back the tears that were about to flow out. However, she wasn't willing to raise her arm and wipe it with her palace gown. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Many thanks for fellow immortals' comfort. This one understands that the little monk's words are reasonable. However, this one has been preparing for so many years, I hope fellow immortal can trust me." At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the water tunnel ahead of them. It seemed to be shaking slightly. Moreover, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen's body began to flicker. Before Xiao Hua and the others could look at Gu Zhen, the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. A moment later, a deafening sound came from the tunnel. "Not good." Gu Zhen roared, "There's too much water coming from the river ahead. This old monk's alms bowl can't hold it in." As he spoke, a stream of water flowed out from under Gu Zhen's body. "Hurry." Xian's expression changed when she saw the water seeping out. She shrieked, "Master Gu Zhen, retreat quickly." "Wait a moment." Gu Zhen clenched his teeth and roared. Under the flickering Buddhist light, his Dharma body grew several meters taller. This old monk will, it seemed that Gu Zhen was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle a few more times. However, when Xian's scorpion-like stream of river water passed by Gu Zhen's body, ripples immediately appeared on the previously tranquil water wall. These ripples rapidly rippled around the entire water wall, and when they circled around Xiao Hua and the others, forming a water ring, they actually produced a crisp pa-pa-pa sound, as if an ice river had suddenly broken, or as if a mountain rock had been broken. Immediately after, these sounds, along with the water ring, rapidly rushed behind Xiao Hua and the others, wave after wave. The crisp sound was like the sound of a life-threatening drum. It spread farther and farther, echoing in the water tunnel and knocking on the hearts of Xiao Hua and the others. "This is bad." Xiao Hua's face immediately turned pale. He thought of the collapse of the space tunnel in the vein of space. At this time, Xian and Ci Hui had already activated their auspicious clouds. They looked hesitantly at Gu Zhen, then at the tunnel in the distance, not knowing what to do. Boom! In front of Gu Zhen, the water wall shook violently. The water wall around half a foot collapsed and a stream of water rushed toward Guzhen. Guzhen was shocked. He remembered Xian's words and didn't dare to let the Buddhist light touch the water. He hurriedly retreated. However, the water was too sudden. Although Guzhen had already retreated, a few drops of water still splashed on the Buddhist light. Zzzt. Like ice water poured on boiling oil, the sound caused green smoke to rise. Guzhen's Buddhist light quickly faded. Go. Xian clenched her teeth and hurriedly shouted, ready to fly out of the tunnel first. I'm afraid it's already too late. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at the tunnel that had become a water wall in the distance. What? How is that possible? Xian turned pale with fright. She looked up again and saw that the water walls of the tunnel were beginning to ripple. In the distance, the sound of a cow mooing could be heard. It was obvious that a large amount of river water had begun to pour in from the distance, or the tunnel had begun to collapse. That's impossible. Xian's flushed face was now abnormally pale. She muttered in a tone of disbelief, Emoyuntong, there's no record of it. Xian. Let this little monk ask you. At this time, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, if this tunnel collapses, can you find a way out? I can't. Xian shook her head absent-mindedly, there's one thing I didn't say before. The poisonous water in this tunnel is no different from the river water. We can't distinguish the direction by using imperial equipment and other things. We can only suck the poisonous water out or freeze it. Good. Xiaohua shouted at Guzhen, who had already fled back in embarrassment. Great master, please hold on for a moment. This little monk will join hands with you to suck the poisonous water in front of us. Now we can only go forward. Retreat will only lead to death. You? Xian was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She looked up and down at Xiaohua, feeling a burst of disbelief. Chapter 34-26. Rise. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of his hand, the water bottle and the Buddha's Sarira's hand appeared in his hand. Of course, when he took it out, Xiaohua didn't forget to leave the willow branch in the Linglong pagoda. Seeing Xiaohua take out the water bottle, Guzhen's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be negligent. He stimulated his karma, and the Buddha's light on the alms bowl appeared again. He tried his best to collect the poisonous water that had begun to overflow. Collect. Xiaohua held the water bottle with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. A pure Buddha's light came out of the water bottle and turned into a lotus seed pod that covered Guzhen's back. The poisonous water that gushed out of the water wall and seeped through the water wall was all sucked into the water bottle. When the thread of the poisonous water dripping into Guzhen's Buddha's light was removed, the Buddha's light from the water bottle rushed in front of Guzhen again. The huge suction force was even stronger than Guzhen's alms bowl. Nearly 60% of the water waves rushed into it. Boom. A loud sound that sounded like raging waves crashing against the shore came from behind everyone. The collapsed water wall and the poisonous water that surged in were like the waves of a rising tide, surging up violently from behind. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Great Master Guzhen, you take the lead, I'll take the back. Let's work together. Xiaohua's hand formed a Buddha's seal, and he called out in high spirits. Guzhen seemed to be infected, and he roared, as you wish. Let's go. For a moment, the entire water tunnel was filled with Buddha's light. The previous vast and surging water was obediently subdued by the two Buddha's light. Like a python, it rushed into the two Buddha's treasures. The strange thing was, after the poisonous water was collected, the water wall on the left immediately turned into a flat mirror without the slightest ripple or crack. However, Xiaohua and the other three flew over. In just a few breaths, the collapsed water ripples behind them reached them. These flat mirror surfaces immediately broke, and the water waves surged again. The poisonous water still gushed out, therefore, a very dangerous scene appeared in the tunnel. Within the entire tunnel, there were several zhang of space that was calm. Moreover, this several zhang of calm was rapidly moving forward along with the different heights of the tunnel. In front of this section of calm was a seemingly boundless river, and behind this section of calm were monstrous waves that chased after one's buttocks. This situation was extremely similar to the collapse of the tunnel that Xiao Hua encountered in the void. Even though the situation was very dangerous, the sound of the wind stirred up by the poisonous water chasing after them was already whistling in their ears. However, Gu Zhen, who was in front, had Xiao Hua's help, so the situation was already very good. Especially since Xiao Hua's water bottle obviously had a stronger suction force than the alms bowl, so it could contain more poisonous water. Gu Zhen only needed to grasp the right direction and guide the Buddha's light from the water bottle. For the time being, the lives of Xian and the others would not be in danger. However, after Xiao Hua and Gu Zhen flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the surging poisonous water seemed to be endless. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua's arm felt sore and numb. The water bottle was getting heavier and heavier. The amount of telekinesis required to activate the water bottle was also increasing. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood Gu Zhen's previous predicament. The pressure of the poisonous water in front of them was increasing wave after wave, and his telekinesis could only be activated layer by layer. Not only was the water bottle on the verge of breaking out of his control, the suction force of the water bottle was also about to break out of his control. Damn it, the person who set up this formation is really sinister. Xiao Hua unconsciously cursed in his heart. This poisonous water can only be frozen and collected. Collecting is just like right now. However much this Xiao collects, the formation will replenish that amount. Just like what Xian said, this force is superimposed. In the end, it will be unimaginably powerful. If not for this Xiao's astonishing divine power, others would have already been crushed to death by the poisonous water. But what about after being frozen? Escaping through the layer of ice, the person who set up the formation must have some other backup plan. What is this backup plan? When I set up the formation. As Xiao Hua pondered, he actually began to think about how to set up the formation. It must be said that this was the biggest difference between a formation master and an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Gu Zhen's slightly tired voice came. Ti-Pu, this old monk's telekinesis can still support this formation, but my arms are already exhausted. I can't control the alms bowl. What do you think we should do? All right. Hearing this, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and flew forward. He shouted, "This junior will take this alms bowl. Grandmaster, you can use your telekinesis as much as you want." As soon as the alms bowl entered his hand, another heavy force pressed down on Xiao Hua's arm. Xiao Hua's body suddenly fell straight down for more than a few feet. Only then did he stop and continue to fly forward. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua really couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Fellow Taoist Xian, how long is this water tunnel?" Although this little monk's Buddhist treasure can still hold the poisonous water, the impact of this formation is really too great. It's already beyond the range of what ordinary cultivators can bear. This. Xian's heart had actually been clenched all this time. Now that she heard Xiao Hua's words, her heart sank even deeper. She bit her lips and said, "As for how long it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps, we're about to reach the end?" AI. Xiao Hua sighed. Now that he had already boarded the pirate ship, how could he still hold anything back? Let's talk about it later if we can save our lives. Saying this, Xiao Hua's entire body flashed with Buddhist light. He was about to use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Boom. A long whimpering sound rang out. It was like the sound of the bellows in an ordinary household being forcefully pulled out. Xiao Hua felt that the enormous force in front of him suddenly disappear, and the strength he had gathered suddenly disappeared. Normally, Xiao Hua would naturally be able to control it. However, right now, he was using the heavenly law embodiment technique and had to use Buddhist light to conceal it. It was difficult for him to do three things at once. As a result, the water bottle and alms bowl in his hand simultaneously flew out of his hand. Even his body lost balance in midair. Fortunately, it was only a few breaths of time. Xiaohua's body naturally swept forward. He used the ethereal steps and stabilized his body. With a raise of his hand, the water bottle and alms bowl both fell between his two hands. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. However, when Exian, who had just rushed out of the tunnel, saw Xiaohua's footwork, her complexion greatly changed. Her gaze revealed a kind of severe expression. However, this severe expression and peculiar expression only flashed for a moment. It wasn't seen by the bystanders. As for Xiaohua, at this moment, he was calm and unruffled. He had the appearance of a naive little monk. He respectfully handed the alms bowl to Guzhen, who had followed behind him. However, just as he sent out his hand, his gaze swept behind Guzhen. He couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that behind Guzhen was a huge space. This space was filled with a kind of soft fluorescent light. Under the illumination of this fluorescent light, a sparkling and translucent crystal palace towered in the middle of this space. This crystal palace was very strange. It wasn't an ordinary palace. Instead, it had the appearance of a triangular tower. Moreover, this triangular tower was inverted. The huge palace that caused people's hearts to tremble stood erect at the top of this space. From the top of the palace, it shrunk layer by layer. In the end, it actually shrunk into a prism-like palace base that was inserted into the waves below everyone's feet. The waves rippled and the fluorescent light flickered. The entire palace seemed to sway in the air, as if it would collapse at any time. Guzhen's back was facing this palace. At first, he didn't care about it. However, Xiaohua's outstretched hand stopped in midair. Xiaohua's gaze passed over him and looked behind him. How could Guzhen not know the situation? He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to investigate. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't leave his body no matter what. At this moment, Cai Hui and Exian's eyes also revealed extraordinary splendor. He couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fluorescent light of the inverted triangle was so alluring. It was like the supreme Buddhist light in the legends of Nirvana. Guzhen's heart was immediately attracted. Amitabha. Seeing that the huge palace was getting bigger and heavier, Guzhen felt that he was about to be suppressed by the entire palace. When he was powerless to resist, a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from his ears. Suddenly, the heavy pressure of the palace disappeared in an instant. Everything in front of Guzhen's eyes returned to normal. The inverted triangle palace still flickered with an enchanting fluorescent light in the distance. He was still in the same posture of turning his head. Amitabha. Guzhen's face turned red. He knew that his mind had been invaded by the magic circle. He hurriedly turned his head and put his palms together. This old monk thanks you for the reminder. Xiaohua smiled and handed the alms bowl to Guzhen. He said, Master has consumed too much psyche power. Now that you are free, naturally your vigilance is greatly reduced. It's nothing. Even if this little monk didn't remind you, you will wake up after a while. Alas, this old monk is ashamed. Guzhen knew his own situation and didn't hide it. The knot in this old monk's heart for many years has been untied. It's rare for me to be relaxed. My defense against the magic circle has also been reduced. However, just now in the water tunnel, if it wasn't for your Buddhist treasure water bottle, this old monk would have been buried in it like Exian and Cai Hui. From this point of view, this old monk also has to thank you. Xiaohua naturally had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that Guzhen would recognize the water bottle. Then he thought of Cai Hang. Now that he heard Guzhen only said it was the water bottle, he was delighted. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're too kind. How can this disciple's cultivation be compared with yours? It's just that this disciple has a handy Buddhist treasure. Besides, you were the first to make a move. Most of the credit is taken. This little monk is nothing. Master Guzhen. On the side, Exian was naturally also captivated by the inverted triangular palace. She didn't wake up until Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha. She hurriedly took out a small golden box from her bosom. After opening it, she took out a thumb-sized heart-shaped leaf. She interrupted the conversation between Gu Zhen and Xiao Hua and handed it to Gu Zhen. She said, "Stick this on your monk robe first." Jia. Jia Luo golden leaf? Gu Zhen's gaze fell on the golden heart-shaped leaf in Xian's hand. He couldn't help but cry out. Xian nodded and urged again, "Yes, this is it. Master, you'd better stick it on quickly." Okay. Gu Zhen didn't dare to neglect. He reached out to take it and stuck it on his monk robe. When the Jia Luo golden leaf touched the robe, a layer of faint golden light appeared. This golden light flickered twice and even the Jia Luo golden leaf itself disappeared. However, Gu Zhen's monk robe didn't have any special changes. Chapter 34-27. Little monk, you stick it on too. Xian grumpily handed the other leaf to Xiao Hua. Not only was she not grateful for Xiao Hua's help, she was also unhappy that Xiao Hua didn't explain it to her in advance. Xiao Hua didn't break it down. He took the golden leaf and stuck it on his monk's robe like Gu Zhen. Seeing the golden leaf disappear, Xiao Hua carefully examined it for a moment. It was the same as seeing it. He didn't feel that the golden leaf had any special effect. Just as Xian and Ci Hui stuck the Gara golden leaves on their robes, Xiao Hua took the opportunity to look around. This was an extremely large space. The water tunnel that Xiao Hua and the other three rushed into had disappeared. There was only a smooth mirror under everyone's feet. The four figures were reflected in the mirror's fluorescent light, one positive and one negative. It was almost impossible to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. In this space, other than the smooth mirror, there was only the inverted triangular palace in the distance. There was nothing else. It was abnormally clean. Needless to say, this palace should be the core of the array. Xiao Hua tried to release his Buddhist sense. Like Gu Zhen, his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body. He then released his soul sense. Fortunately, although his soul sense was suppressed, it could still leave his body. Because Xian and the others were beside him, Xiao Hua didn't try. Even so, Xiao Hua was secretly proud. He had one more method than others. Xian Tanua. Ci Hui at the side put the golden leaf on and whispered, "This Gara golden leaf is a treasure used by my Buddhist sect to conceal cultivation." This little monk heard that only Lane Temple has some preserved. Now that you took out so many, could it be that this palace has a restriction that specifically restrains my Buddhist sect? You didn't explain it before. Now, can you explain it in detail so that we can make plans early? Hee hee. Xian smiled and said, "You didn't say before because the time wasn't right. If we couldn't come here, what's the point of saying more?" "Oh, right, little monk, your clear water bottle is pretty good. Where did you get it?" "I picked it up in a cave." Xiao Hua was originally listening attentively. Since Xian suddenly asked, he naturally answered casually. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Xian was tricking him. Although this trick was very old-fashioned, Xiao Hua still fell for it. Humph. Although Xiao Hua spoke the truth, Xian pouted and coldly said, "There are many caves in the Pure Land world, you want to pick one for me?" Sigh, some people. I always treat the truth as a lie, but I also treat a lie as the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. Xiao Hua sighed, "My Buddha has a saying, if there is a Buddha in the heart, then everything is a Buddha. If there is no Buddha in the heart, then there is no Buddha in the sight. The vanity of man is nothing more than this." Little monk. Xian was a little embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in the air. That. Xian Tanua, I don't quite understand. Could it be that this golden leaf of Canaan has some special use? Ci Hui hurriedly asked. Humph. Xian rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said, "This golden leaf of Canaan can conceal a Buddhist's cultivation in the eyes of Arhat, but in the eyes of Taoist cultivators, it is called the invisible leaf. Many talismans used to conceal one's tracks in ancient times were refined from this item. At this point, Exian pointed at the inverted triangular palace in the distance and said, "This palace is called the Profound Water Palace. There are 2 profound water ancient beasts guarding the entrance. If we want to enter the Profound Water Palace through the Profound Water ancient beasts, we can only use the invisible leaf. Otherwise, we will be discovered before we can even get within 300 meters of the Profound Water Palace. I don't know how powerful these Profound Water ancient beasts are, but I don't think we can resist them." The Profound Water Palace? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled when he heard this name. He opened his mouth to ask, but after muttering a few times, he didn't say anything. "What are you muttering about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly." Exian naturally understood and asked with a cold snort. Xiao Hua scratched his hairless head and frowned. "Actually, I want to ask Benefactress, is this Profound Water Palace a place to hide treasures? Or is it a place to suppress demonic beasts? Is there a difference?" Exian looked at Xiao Hua warily and asked. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Of course there's a difference. If it's a palace to hide treasures, there must be many powerful restrictions inside. As long as we break the restrictions, we can obtain the treasures. No matter what it is, it'll be a harvest. Moreover, we don't need to be greedy. Depending on how much we take, we can just turn around and leave. If it's a place to suppress demonic beasts, we have to be careful. I'm afraid there aren't many treasures. Even if there are, they were left behind by people who came here in the past. Moreover, the immortal artifact that Benefactress mentioned should be the Profound Water Palace's formation core. If you take the immortal artifact, the suppressed demonic beasts will definitely escape. Not to mention demonic beasts that harm all living beings, even we can't escape, right? Earlier, I didn't dare to say too much for fear of disturbing Benefactress's mood. But now, I have no choice but to say it. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a compassionate heart after just shaving your head and becoming a monk." Exian rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua again and said mockingly, "However, I haven't entered yet. How would I know what's inside?" The ink cloud pupil records that there's an immortal artifact here and nothing else. Let's go in first. If it's a treasure trove, that's the best. If that immortal artifact is used to suppress demonic beasts, then let's see if the demonic beasts are dead or not. Don't think that only your Buddhist sex arhat has a compassionate heart. We Confucian cultivators aren't inferior to you." At this point, Exian felt that her words were somewhat harsh to the ears. She smiled embarrassedly at Ci Hui and Guzhen. However, Xiao Hua didn't let Exian off the hook. He shook his head slightly and said, "Benefactress Exian, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, I promised senior brother Ci Hui to come in and take a look because I was curious. Moreover, to tell Benefactress the truth, I felt like old friends with senior brother Ci Hui at first sight and also wanted to protect him. But now, take a look for yourself. You haven't even entered the Profound Water Palace. It's only a water maze and a passage filled with poisonous water, yet it's already so powerful. It seems that aside from me, all 3 of you are injured. What does this mean? It means that the Profound Water Palace is even more dangerous. It's far from a place that 4th or 5th grade cultivators like us can enter. There are ancient mysteries that we can't come into contact with inside. Even if we're lucky enough to enter that so-called immortal artifact, in my opinion, Benefactress Exian won't be able to obtain it. Rather than throwing our lives away and not being able to obtain the immortal artifact, why should we go in? Why don't we turn around and enjoy the scenery and have a heart-to-heart talk?" Xiao Hua then looked at Guzhen and said, "Moreover, Grandmaster Guzhen's reason for coming in was to see the corpse of his blood brother. Now, you've gotten what you wanted. Although the ancient Buddhist shrine is indeed attractive, it might not be in the Profound Water Palace. Therefore, Grandmaster Guzhen, you should know the dangers of greed. You don't need me to say anything, right? Little monk, what do you mean by that?" Exian was anxious and raised her eyebrows. "Nothing." Xiaohua smiled and said, Benefactress, if you don't tell me the truth about the profound water palace, I won't enter. Perhaps senior brother Ci Hui is willing to go in with you, but Grandmaster Gu Zhen might not be willing, right? Although Grandmaster Gu Zhen didn't say anything, in Xian's eyes, Gu Zhen's silence meant that his thoughts were similar to Xiaohua's. After all, there were two profound water beasts guarding the profound water palace. Who knew if the golden Canaan leaf would be useful? Seeing Xian's expression fluctuating, Ci Hui said, Xian Sandinyu, junior brother Ti Pu's words are reasonable. The two places from before caused me to be alarmed. I know I can't pass through those two obstacles alone. Of course, since we're already here, why don't we take a few more steps and enter the profound water palace to take a look? However, since we're going to enter the profound water palace, we should at least be aware of the dangers inside, right? Fellow Taoist Ci Hui, could it be that you don't trust me? Xian's face was slightly pale as she spoke softly. Ci Hui smiled and said, It's not that I don't trust you. I feel that Sandinyu might be a little stubborn. Could it be that there's something you don't want to say that affects your judgment and makes you insist on entering the profound water palace while ignoring the dangers inside? If Sandinyu can tell us, then we can also make a judgment. Xian bit her lips and looked at Ci Hui and Gu Zhen, but she didn't look at Xiaohua. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the profound water palace in the distance. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she said, Actually, I've indeed concealed some things from you. However, please don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, the dangers I told fellow Taoist Ci Hui about before were all recorded in the profound water palace. Hee, it's fine. Gu Zhen said with a smile, This old monk has remembered every word of what Tan Yu said to this old monk. This old monk feels that what Tan Yu said is true. Xian bowed and said, Many thanks for your trust, Grandmaster Gu Zhen. What I've concealed is the purpose of entering the profound water palace. My goal isn't the so-called immortal artifact. Not the immortal artifact? Then what do you want? Xiaohua was surprised. Is it that demon beast? Xian didn't even look at Xiaohua. It seemed like she was still angry with him. She only said to Gu Zhen, The Darkwater Palace is the core of an ancient formation, and the core of the Darkwater Palace is the immortal artifact. Of course, the immortal artifact isn't the formation core of the Darkwater Palace. It's even to the extent that the Darkwater Palace isn't a place where treasures are kept. I'm sure of that. However, I don't know if the profound water palace is used to suppress the immortal artifact, or if it's used to suppress some demon beast. What I do know is that the immortal artifact can suppress all living things in the 3 continents. If someone wants to suppress a criminal and make that criminal suffer under the immortal artifact, the profound water palace is the best place to do so. Oh, I understand. Gu Zhen nodded and revealed a look of realization. Xian Sandinyu is looking for someone. She's looking for someone who might be suppressed in the profound water palace. Chapter 34-28. Alas, that's right. Xian looked disappointed. This person isn't a heinous criminal like Venerable Master thinks, nor is he a treacherous person. He shouldn't be tortured like this. Xian paused and smiled wryly. This matter involves my secrets, so forgive me for not being able to speak of it. My purpose in coming here is to see if this person is here. If he is, I want to see if I can rescue him. That's all. As for the immortal artifact, I'm only at the 4th grade of origin energy. I'm afraid I can't take it for myself, right? Xian glared fiercely at Xiaohua and continued, That's what I wanted to say. If some people aren't satisfied and don't wish to enter the profound water palace, I won't force them. However, if he wanted to leave this ancient formation, the only way out was inside the Blackwater Palace. Of course, if anyone thinks they're strong enough to break the ancient formation, feel free to use your cultivation. I'll wait and see. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Xian roll her eyes. Ahem. Ci Hui coughed twice, smiled and persuaded, junior brother Tipu. In this little monk's opinion, what Xian Tanua said is right. At this time, they have been honest with each other. She did not hide anything. Think about it, if she didn't want to say anything and only said that the exit was within the profound water palace, I'm sure junior brother would have to enter based on that alone, right? Why would she make up more lies? That's true. Xiao Hua nodded. He also felt that Xian's words were true since she'd been forced to this point. Since that's the case, why don't you help her? Ci Hui felt that Xiao Hua's Buddhist abilities might surpass hers, so she took advantage of the situation and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Junior brother, don't tell me you don't know this. Isn't she still alive? Xiao Hua curled his lips. It'll be too late if she's dead. Gu Zhen laughed. Xian Tanua said that there might be a Buddhist treasure within the ancient formation, and even an ancient Buddhist luster. It must be in the profound water palace, right? Xian was about to stomp her feet when she heard Xiao Hua's words. However, she could only reply, if Mo Yuntong's records are correct, it should be in the profound water palace. However, I don't know the exact location. Look, little monk, come with us. You'll benefit from it as well, said Gu Zhen. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, benefactress, you just said that you only want to see if there is anyone suppressed under the immortal artifact. Presumably, you have also prepared a method to rescue that person. Yes, this one has indeed made some preparations. Xian didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. It's special. You don't plan on taking that immortal artifact either? Xiao Hua immediately asked. What? Junior apprentice brother Tipu, you want to take that immortal artifact? Ci Hui was shocked. What if the immortal artifact is used to suppress powerful demonic beasts? Aren't you helping the evildoer? What if the demonic beast is not suppressed? What if this profound water palace is only used to suppress the immortal artifact? Xiao Hua said with a smile, can this little monk try to subdue this immortal artifact? Xian coldly looked at Xiao Hua and asked curiously, you're just a little monk from a Buddhist sect. What do you want this immortal artifact for? Even if you can subdue it, will you be able to use it? I'm willing. If I can't use it, can't I give it to someone else? Even if I can't give it to someone else, can't I hang it in my meditation room and look at it myself? Xiao Hua's neck stiffened as he retorted sarcastically. Greed, oh greed. Ci Hui lectured Xiao Hua, you just reminded ancestor Gu Zhen. Now, you're the one who's making the mistake. Forget it. This little monk was just saying. There's no need to mention it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He also felt that he was being delusional. An immortal artifact was definitely not a spiritual artifact or spiritual treasure. It had long surpassed the scope of his control. Since that's the case, little monk, you've said so much. Has your psychokinesis recovered? Can we proceed forward? Xian asked Xiao Hua in a bad mood. Xiao Hua shrugged and smiled, this little monk has more or less recovered. I wonder how senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen are doing. Ci Hui didn't use much psychokinesis. She nodded slightly and looked at Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen nodded as well, this old monk has rested enough. We can enter the mysterious water palace. Xian heard this and said, we have the invisible leaf on us. The ancient beast can't see us. Of course, we can't use any psychokinesis or magic power. We only need to fly to within 100 feet of the palace and walk through the palace gates. Once we enter the palace, the ancient beast will ignore us even if we overturn the heavens. Alright, we'll do as Xian Tanua says. Gu Zhen nodded, we'll fly to within 100 feet of the palace. This old monk will go first, followed by Xian Tanua. Ci Hui and Tipu will bring up the rear as usual. Seeing that no one had any objections, Gu Zhen took the lead. When he was within 100 feet of the palace, he landed early and silently made his way to the palace. Xiao Hua followed Ci Hui and descended from the cloud. His feet stepped on the smooth surface of the mirror. The surface of the mirror looked smooth, but his feet were soft. It was as if he was stepping on water plants. There was no need to be too careful because there was no sound at all. Xiao Hua looked down and released his soul sense. He couldn't see anything strange about the mirror. It was like a wall, blocking his soul sense and preventing him from seeing what was going on inside. Strange. Xiao Hua didn't understand. The mysterious water palace might be difficult to enter, but in front of it, if one has the strength of a 5th or 6th stage cultivator, or some special divine ability, it's not impossible to enter. If a female disciple from a scholarly family like Xian can come, others can as well. Why didn't they leave any traces behind? Even if they don't have a small Qingquan pouch, it's normal to leave some bones behind, right? Were they all eaten by the mysterious water beasts? Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at the mysterious water palace 100 feet away. Perhaps it was because of the distance, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious water palace's devilish light. Xiao Hua only felt that the triangular shape of the palace was very strange. But now that he was closer, the light on the palace's surface dimmed, revealing the mysterious water palace's true appearance. Rather than calling the mysterious water palace a palace, it was more accurate to say that it was a building made up of 4 triangles. The huge triangular structure towered in front of everyone's eyes with sharp edges and corners. It was very different from the smooth and flat palaces they usually saw. On the other side of the triangular structure, there were layers of protrusions in a very regular pattern. These protrusions were like window frames, but also like doors. They were strung together like some sort of rune, but they didn't give off any fluctuations of spiritual energy. The only thing that did give off fluctuations was the faint, watery light that flowed over the protrusions. The light was made up of very strange runes, like flowing water that constantly flowed between the protrusions. The dazzling light was also emitted by the flowing runes. Xiao Hua looked at the strands of spiritual energy that flowed with the runes and gathered from the space, creating extremely orderly and rhythmic fluctuations of spiritual energy. He fell into deep thought. He had seen many formations and many spiritual energy fluctuations, but the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mysterious water palace gave him a strange feeling. Of course, these fluctuations were undoubtedly from the Dao sex formations. Although the runes on the mysterious water palace were obscure and extremely simple, Xiao Hua could still see traces of the Dao sex talismans. However, the seemingly smooth flow of runes made Xiao Hua feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was just like when he overused his Dharma eye in the vein of space that day. Could it be that this ancient formation is different from the one now? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered as he walked. At that moment, an extremely loud rumble resounded in the space, and the huge mysterious water palace actually began to slowly rotate. As the mysterious water palace rotated, the orderly protrusions on the triangular structure on the side of the mysterious water palace slowly opened. Balls of emerald light flew out from the protrusions and immediately transformed into strange runes. Thousands of runes gathered together and emitted a buzzing sound. A huge suction force was generated from the runes and rushed towards the walls of the space. Puff puff puff. The suction force landed on the mirror-like walls of water, creating huge whirlpools that were extremely similar to the whirlpools on the Nightmare Reef. At the same time, gusts of wind were generated from the whirlpools. A huge amount of spiritual energy rushed out from the whirlpools and fell on the triangular structure of the mysterious water palace. Oh no! Xiao Hua and the others were alarmed. The change in the mysterious water palace had come too suddenly. The 4 of them had no time to react, especially now that they were within 300 meters of the mysterious water palace. If what Xian said was true, then any spell or Buddhist ability would attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. Although Xiao Hua and the others had yet to see the mysterious water ancient beast and didn't know when it would appear, if they used any ability to resist this change, it would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. But what if they didn't use their ability to resist? The wind was so bitingly cold and even stronger. Xiao Hua's body might be able to withstand it, but Xian and the others definitely couldn't. What should they do? Benefactor Xian, Xiaohua called out almost without hesitation. How about we just charge into the mysterious water palace with the wind? Xian's face was pale. She almost cried out, please don't do that. Mo Yuntong clearly said that the profound water palace is the core of the ancient formation and has the most powerful restrictions. The entrance to the profound water palace is the only safe way to enter. If you try to enter from any other place, you'll die. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the mysterious water palace. Mysterious. Mysterious water ancient beast. Everyone who was trying their best to maintain their balance turned ghastly pale. Wasn't this the perfect time to say that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly? Chapter 34-29. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid this is the only way. Xiao Hua's figure gradually floated up. His soul sense swept through the water-type spiritual energy around him like a whirlwind. He hastily waved his hand and held the clear water bottle in his hand. He had no choice but to risk being discovered by the ancient beast. He formed a seal with his right hand and hit the clear water bottle. With a light sound, a faint blue color rushed out of the bottle. Xiao Hua hastily shouted, "This is innate primordial water. Everyone, don't look directly at it." Xian and the others were originally flustered, hesitating whether or not to use their divine abilities. When they saw Xiao Hua take out the clear water bottle, they also looked at it with their eyes. When the innate primordial water appeared, the three's gazes had already fallen into it. Their minds stagnated, and their faces revealed absent-minded expressions. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's shout came in time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly focused their minds. Soon after, they understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. At the same time, they closed their eyes and hurriedly used all kinds of methods. Very quickly, they stabilized their footsteps in the innate pure water. Since everyone had stabilized their footing, Xiao Hua's innate primordial water also enveloped everyone. The previous woo-woo sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls instantly quieted down. There was no sound in the innate primordial water, but the situation outside the innate primordial water grew increasingly grim. Countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth let out hoarse roars and wantonly collided in the air. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in where the innate primordial water was, but when this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the innate primordial water, it immediately became a part of the innate primordial water. Not even a trace of a ripple was formed. Aoo. The previously very tyrannical beast roared again, but this time, it wasn't just one beast, but two. One pounced in the direction of Xiao Hua and the others, and the other went in the opposite direction. Along with this roar, a dark blue figure with the same color as the innate primordial water flashed in mid-air and arrived several hundred feet above the innate primordial water. It was a strange beast that was about 10 feet long. It looked like an ordinary leopard. Not only were the muscles on its four muscular legs bulging, there were also wisps of blue mist lingering around it. On the ferocious beast's head, the two eyes emitted a blue light. The beast's mouth with long fangs was now raised as the beast's head rose. Wave after wave of world spirit energy rushed into the black water ancient beast's mouth. Looking at the back of the ancient beast, there were two feather wings that were a few feet long flashing slightly. In front of the feather wings, there were several sharp bone spurs that were shining with a blue brilliance. A tail that was about 10 feet long casually curled in the air, like a spirit snake. However, this spirit snake was really powerful. With a slight swing, not only was the hurricane cut apart, even the void had cracks in it. The ancient beast flew above the primordial water and opened its mouth. It took a deep breath and its body trembled involuntarily. Even the blue light around it trembled as if it was breathing. Then, the ancient beast raised its head slightly and spread its wings again. Just as it was about to fly away, the ancient beast's gaze fell on the primordial water below it. Aoo. Another extremely loud roar rang out. The profound water ancient beast flapped its wings as if it was facing a great enemy. The bone spikes protruding from its wings extended another few feet. What was special was that the blue light on the bone spikes was even deeper. 100 meters was like taking a stroll in the park for the ancient beast. With a flap of its wings, its entire body blurred. When the brilliance faded, it had already pounced to the side of the primordial water. The ancient beast looked at the primordial water and its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light. The blue light shot into the primordial water and immediately disappeared. The mysterious water ancient beast hurriedly shook its head as if it had a headache. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light without hesitation. The fist-sized light emitted a whistling sound, covering the sound of the wind in the space. It was enough to show the power of the light. Boom! The light rushed into the innate primordial water. The primordial water, which did not have a single ripple under the impact of countless spiritual energies, started to sway rapidly. As it swayed, the light suddenly exploded, as if a powerful hand was trying to tear the primordial water apart. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the primordial water being attacked. He hurriedly activated the bottle and more primordial water rushed out. After a while, the primordial water that had almost been blasted to pieces slowly healed and returned to its original appearance. The Xianshui ancient beast opened its mouth again. This time, no blue light rushed out. Instead, a great suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the primordial water into its mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was an ancient monster that was born with the ability to control water. Even the Xiantian primordial water could not escape its control. As the ancient beast opened its mouth, the thin layer of primordial water immediately rose and shot into the ancient beast's mouth. Xiaohua, who was hiding in the primordial water, was shocked again. He was guarding against the ancient beast's attack, but he didn't expect the ancient beast to be greedy and want to swallow the primordial water. Caught off guard, not only was the primordial water sucked up half a foot of the primordial water, even the bottle almost fell from his hand. Xiaohua's heart clenched again. He hurriedly activated his telekinesis and hit the bottle with Buddhist seals, trying his best to resist the ancient beast's suction force. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's opponent was not a profound ancient beast. Even if he used all his strength on telekinesis, he was far from being able to resist the ancient beast's gentle opening of its mouth. The primordial water was being sucked up and was about to be thrown into the ancient beast's mouth. Once the primordial water disappeared, Xiaohua and the others would naturally be exposed. At that time, their lives would probably be in danger. Of course, his own life was more precious than the primordial water. Xiaohua understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pour out the primordial water from the bottle. He even happily poured out the poisonous water that he just put into the bottle. He wanted to see what would happen when the poisonous water was sent into the ancient beast's mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was clearly taken aback by the surging poisonous water. It looked around in confusion and then impatiently opened its mouth. As it roared, the poisonous water and the Xiantian primordial water obediently fell into the Xianshui ancient beast's mouth. Hee hee. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside the primordial water, just the thought of the poisonous water falling into the ancient beast's mouth made him secretly happy. Xian and the others didn't know what was going on outside. They couldn't even open their eyes, so now they were like blind people. Previously, it was still silent, but now, it was as if thunder and lightning were flashing in the surroundings. It was even more frightening than the sound of the wind in the space. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the gluttonous ancient beast didn't swallow much of the primordial water, but drank a lot of the poisonous water. It seemed to be choking a little. Its body trembled slightly, and light flowed out like water. Aoo. Another roar sounded. It seemed to come from another ancient beast. It seemed to have lost its patience and stopped devouring. Then, it raised its head and roared in response. The two ancient beasts roared at each other. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth again, as if it wouldn't stop until it had devoured all of the primordial water. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the slowly rotating triangle of the profound water palace in the distance. A faint layer of mist seeped out from the blue radiance, and the entire protrusion of the profound water palace began to tremble rapidly. Along with the trembling, an indescribable fluctuation filled the entire space. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but when the fluctuation came, the ancient beast was stunned. A trace of fear actually flashed through its eyes. Before its fear disappeared, a series of sobbing sounds came from the vortexes in the walls. This time, it wasn't pure water-type spiritual energy that rushed out of the vortexes, but true Saint River water mixed with bones, corpses, birds, and fish. After the formation was opened, the Saint River water poured in like a formation. The ancient beast seemed to be extremely shocked. It no longer cared about the primordial water and raised its head to roar. It spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the profound water palace. The profound water palace, which looked like it was being rotated by a giant, also slowly stopped. In just a moment, the entire space was filled with river water. Apart from the thousands of tiny vortexes that were still spinning rapidly, the so-called walls had disappeared. The entire profound water palace was completely submerged in the Saint River. Xiaohua was overjoyed to see the ancient beast's suction force disappear, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still carefully urged his telekinesis to control the suction force of the clear water bottle, preventing the ancient beast from launching a sneak attack. Junior brother Ti-Pu. Ci Hui closed his eyes and didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness, but he still keenly sensed the change in Xiaohua's telekinesis. He didn't speak when Xiaohua's telekinesis was at its peak, but now that he felt much calmer, he said softly, "Is the ancient beast nearby? Can the primordial water stop the ancient beast? Did the ancient beast attack the primordial water just now?" Ci Hui's voice was very soft, so soft that he didn't want to disturb the ancient beast outside the primordial water. However, it was quiet inside the primordial water, so the other three heard him clearly. "Shoo." Xiaohua also lowered his voice and said, "The ancient beast came just now and seemed to have discovered us." "Oh, it's not us. It must have discovered the innate true water and wanted to devour it. However, this little monk fed it with the poisonous water just now and it's not moving anymore. I wonder if it was poisoned to death by the poisonous water." "Humph, how is that possible?" Xian snorted and said contemptuously, "The ancient beast is a part of the profound water palace. The poisonous water is also a part of the ancient formation. It would be a huge joke if the ancient beast was poisoned to death by the water." Chapter 34:30. TSK, if they weren't poisoned to death, why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking? Xiaohua smacked his lips as he chuckled at Xian. Xian didn't back down. "I can't see the outside, and I can't release my consciousness either. How would I know? You're the one who controls the innate primordial water, so why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking?" "Nonsense, would I not tell you if I knew?" Xiaohua scoffed at Xian's argument. "I can't see anything just like you." "Ah. So you can't see either." Xian closed her eyes, almost covering her mouth to hide her laughter. However, after a few chuckles, Xian asked anxiously, "Little monk, is the ancient beast Xianshui gone or not? I'm afraid we don't have enough time." "Benefactress, you're a classic example of someone who values money over life." Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Even if you want to find someone, you have to protect your own life first." Xian sighed. "The only way out is inside the profound water palace. If we want to save our lives, we have to go inside. As the saying goes, we have to go in whether we're alive or dead." "Damn it, that's right." Xiaohua was nervous at Xian's grim tone. He waited for another pipe of smoke before secretly opening a crack in the innate primordial water and releasing his soul sense. The ancient beast really is gone. The profound water palace has returned to how it was before. Xiaohua was stunned, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. He expanded his soul sense to scan the area, and then opened up a bigger crack. He peeked through the crack with his naked eye, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xiaohua withdrew the innate primordial water, and said in a low voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." When Xian and the others opened their eyes, they saw that the palace was exactly the same as before. The enormous profound water palace was still in its inverted triangular shape. As for whether or not it was the same as the one they saw before, no one knew. Little monk Xian bit her lips and whispered, "Thank you." "Shoo." Xiaohua whispered back. "Don't say it now, or I'll be cocky. If the ancient beast sees us, we'll be in trouble." Xian paused, then covered her mouth. Her face was a little red, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was difficult to hold it in. Xi Hui looked helplessly at the two. "Xian Yenhua, let's talk inside the palace first." Xian covered her mouth and led the way. After walking for several dozen meters, she turned back and whispered, "That profound water ancient beast is right in front of the profound water palace's entrance. Normally, it won't be more than 30 meters away from the entrance. Now that we're here, we can't speak or use any telekinesis. Otherwise, we'll attract the beast's attention." As she spoke, Xian took a look at the golden leaf of Canaan that was stuck to her body. After testing it a little, she felt relieved and tiptoed forward. "TT, the ancient beast is at the gate." Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't help but look below the profound water palace. After all, Xiaohua had already checked the surroundings. He didn't seem to have seen any ancient beast. However, when he deliberately glanced at the bottom of the palace, sure enough, there were two statues that were almost the same color as the palace at the nail-like location. So these are the ancient beasts that attacked the innate primordial water. Xiaohua stared straight at the motionless statues for a moment, thinking in his heart, weren't they abnormally fierce just now? Why are they standing there now? Why do they look like dead statues? Sigh, that's right. The profound water palace is so huge, and the ancient beasts are so small and motionless. Who knows if they're profound water beasts? At this moment, the profound water beasts really stood there like clay statues. Their eyes, which were as bright as stars, were abnormally dim. There was no light at all. However, Xiaohua and the others only glanced at the beasts. They didn't dare to meet their eyes. They even gradually approached the profound water palace. Looking at the two beasts that looked exactly like the statues in front of the temple, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Yes, if they hadn't heard the profound water beasts roar earlier, if they hadn't experienced Xiaohua using his innate primordial water to resist them with his innate primordial water, and if they didn't have the records of profound water beasts in the ink cloud pupil, they would never have thought that these two lifeless statues were real ancient beasts. Suppressing the indescribable fear in his heart, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the profound water palace that was even more oppressive than a mountain. Under the huge inverted triangle was a pillar that was dozens of meters tall. A pillar that was dozens of meters tall would be considered huge if it were anywhere else. However, under the profound water palace, it seemed so thin and fragile. A chill appeared in the eyes of the others. They were really afraid that the inverted triangle would suddenly fall on them and smash them into meat paste. After a few more meters, the four would be close to the profound water beasts. At the front, Xian couldn't help but stop slightly. The two profound water beasts stood there and looked forward calmly. The distance between them wasn't small, at least dozens of meters. However, in Xian's eyes, this distance was as narrow as the pillar under the profound water palace. An indescribable aura spread out in front of the profound water palace. Perhaps it was the residual power of the profound water beasts, or perhaps it was the formation's restriction after the profound water palace absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In any case, the aura made it difficult for Xian to breathe. In the face of such a scene, Xian was secretly regretting in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated this ancient formation. However, this regret only lasted for a moment. A wave of stubbornness rose from the bottom of her heart. This place is so dangerous. You actually imprisoned Me here. Since you're so heartless, then I don't need to think anymore. With this thought, Xian's trembling legs became firm. Step by step, she walked past the profound water beasts and arrived in front of the profound water palace's pillar. Fortunately, Xian's actions didn't attract the profound water beasts' attention. They remained motionless and didn't even release a trace of their innate spirit. Seeing that Xian didn't attract the profound water beast's attention, Gu Zhen and the others calmed down and followed her to the pillar. This profound water palace is so strange. Xiaohua walked past the Blackwater ancient beast and unconsciously looked back at the Blackwater ancient beast's folded wings and the coiled tail on the ground. He thought to himself, are these the two Blackwater ancient beasts from just now? Why don't I look at them? If they were living things, then I'd be fine with them standing there like statues. But why are their tails coiled up in the same way? That's not possible, is it? Xiaohua probed with his soul sense and carefully scanned the profound water beast's tail on the left a few times. Before Xiaohua could use his soul sense to check out the rest of the profound water beast's tail, Xian stopped again. Xiaohua didn't have time to check the Xianshui ancient beasts. He turned his head and saw Xian raise her hand and take out 4 blue beads from the sleeve of her palace dress. She waved her hand and the 4 beads silently stuck to the pillar. Then, Xian looked back at the 2 Xianshui ancient beasts with lingering fear. She opened her mouth and 4 golden streams of Jin Qi hit the 4 beads at the same time like 4 flying swords. Shwa! The 4 pearls simultaneously emitted a blue ripple of brilliance. This brilliance overflowed several times above the pillar, and the pillar also produced a blue brilliance. At the same time, this blue brilliance also swayed along with the brilliance of the pearls, just like layers upon layers of water ripples. When she saw the ripples appear, Xian took a few steps forward and reached her hand into the ripples. Her fair and soft hands sank into the ripples. As Xian lifted her hand, it was as if she had lifted a bead curtain. A gap appeared in the pillar, and Xian walked in without hesitation. Halfway through, Xian even turned back to look at the 3 of them and indicated for them to follow. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare delay. One by one, they lifted their hands and flashed into the gap. Once the 4 of them were inside, the 4 beads remained embedded in the pillar. Ripples of blue light flowed through the beads. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared. Finally, the beads disappeared into the pillar. There was no longer any movement outside the profound water palace. The 2 profound water beasts stood there for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the entire space had returned to normal. However, this calmness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The beast that Xiaohua had just scanned with his soul sense moved its tail first, trembling slightly. This trembling then spread throughout its entire body. Following that, the beast's 4 hooves moved, the beast's head moved, and finally, its lifeless eyes moved. The Blackwater ancient beast looked around in confusion. It then glanced at the other Blackwater ancient beast on the right that was standing still. After which, it spread its wings and turned into a blue light that flew a few rounds outside the Blackwater Palace. When it did not discover anything, it pushed off the ground and charged into the sky as if it was flat ground. Its body landed on a protruding part of the inverted triangle. The profound water beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light onto the protrusion. With a crack, the protrusion floated into the air. The profound water beast didn't even look back as it charged into the gap below the protrusion. When the profound water beast disappeared, the protrusion fell back down. In a flash of light, the inverted triangle returned to its original state. The profound water beast entered the profound water palace. Xiaohua and the others were unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Xiaohua stood dumbly in front of the profound water palace's doors as he looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 34-31. Right in front of Xiaohua's eyes was a transparent triangular palace. Everything inside the palace was made of triangles that looked like colored glass. Even the ground beneath Xiaohua's feet, the top of their heads, and even the palace door behind them were triangles. What was special was that these triangles were exactly the same size. The water blue brilliance flowing along the edges of the triangles also had a similar rhythm. At a glance, it was difficult to distinguish any triangle from any other. At a glance, there were countless strange triangles inside the mysterious water palace. Not only did Xiao Hua and the others feel like they were floating in a triangular space, but when their gazes fell on the thousands of transparent mirrors, each mirror reflected the 4 people who had entered the mysterious water palace. The strangest thing was that their gazes could be refracted. In an instant, Xiao Hua's gaze seemed to have seen countless mirrors, as if he had seen countless versions of himself. A kind of dizziness arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look any further. However, even so, the fear that came from looking at each mirror remained in the bottom of his heart. Moreover, in the darkness before him, there were still countless broken mirrors flashing, and in each mirror was a pair of horrified eyes. Damn it! Xiao Hua almost blurted out a curse. This mysterious water palace was too deceptive. The shock from walking past the mysterious water ancient beast had yet to subside, and the feeling of being lucky had yet to subside. In an instant, it gave his eyes such a terrifying baptism. Even a cultivator with a firm Tao heart like him couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fellow immortals. Xian's voice trembled. Clearly, she had been caught off guard. As soon as she recovered her wits, she immediately reminded them, remember to guard your heart and keep your mind clear. Mo Yuntong didn't mention the dangers of the mysterious water palace. She only said that thousands of Dharma images would appear here. If you couldn't find your true form, you wouldn't be able to find your way out. Even I didn't think that this Dharma idol would be so deadly. If we weren't cultivators, we would have lost ourselves just by looking at it. Who knows which one is the real person in the mirror? Cai Hui also didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, the eyes are the heart, and the soul is born from the heart. Dazzling the eyes is seizing the soul. His gaze wandered as he looked at his feet. Beneath his feet was the same as the surroundings in front of him. There were also many tiny triangles. Xiao Hua calmed his mind and slowly raised his eyes. His gaze was not too far away, but it was also rapidly sweeping around. This situation was somewhat similar to the innate primordial water. He already had a similar experience. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately retracted his gaze. Among the 4 of them, he was the one who suffered the least damage. However, he still sighed with emotion. This primordial magic formation is really powerful. Now that we can't release our Buddha's consciousness, we can only rely on our eyes. Who knows that such simple eyes can also be taken advantage of by the formation? Amitabha. Fortunately, I can't release my Buddha's consciousness. Guzhen's Dharma was not as good as Cai Hui's, so it was difficult for him to find himself when he was lost. He was the one who suffered the most damage among the 4. At this moment, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. If the Buddha's consciousness is released, it will also be lost. It will be harder to find it than the mind. Xian shook her head. Master Guzhen is wrong. The profound water palace's formation was set up for us Confucian cultivators' clear sight arts. Because this place imprisons divine sense and Buddha's consciousness, the Taoists' divine sense cannot leave the body. Only our Confucian clear sight arts can be used. In order to prevent us from finding the true entrance to the profound water palace, the primordial magic formation set up this secret formation here. Oh. So Xian Tanui can use the clear sight arts in front of the profound water palace? Guzhen was slightly taken aback. Xian nodded slightly. This one can use it, but it's not even 10% of my usual power. Xian then looked to the left and smiled bitterly. As for this place, this one wouldn't dare to use it even if I had 10 times the courage. So the palace door where the profound water ancient beast isn't the true entrance to the profound water palace. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said with a smile, in that case, the triangular maze in front of us is the real entrance? Xian nodded. That's right. Only one of these tens of thousands of mirrors is the true entrance to the profound water palace. We must find it from there. Damn it, how is this possible? Xiao Hua jumped up and shouted, not only do we lack Buddhist awareness, we don't even dare to look. How are we supposed to find the entrance? Ahem. Junior brother Tipu, watch your mouth, Ci Hui hastily coughed and reminded him, don't let the Buddha blame you. Amitba. Senior brother is right. Xiao Hua became listless and put his palms together. However, he cursed inwardly, alas, it's this Zhao's primordial spirit that shaved the Buddha's Sarira, not this Zhao's. This Xiao was just casually complaining. Ci Hui was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's reaction. She looked at Xian with a smile and said, since this is recorded in Imo then Xian Tanua must have made preparations? Yes, indeed. Xian nodded. This is the last record of the primordial magic formation in Imo. At the same time, it's also the problem this one has been pondering for the longest time. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Ci Hui, this one has racked my brains for 10 years. It was only after meeting you that I suddenly saw the light. Little monk? Ci Hui was slightly stunned. However, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, this little monk understands. Previously, Tanua and this little monk talked about this matter. So it's used here. If it's as Xian Tanua thought, this is indeed the best way to break this maze. However, speaking of this, Ci Hui frowned again. This little monk doesn't quite understand. How should we cast the spell? Xian glanced at Xiao Hua's thoughtful expression and then at Guzhen's confused face. She smiled bitterly again. This one only knows about the primordial spirit and the Dharma idol. As for how to find the primordial spirit from the Dharma idol, I'm afraid that's something you have to consider. However, in this one's opinion, it's really difficult for you to find the Dharma idol from the thousands of mirrors by yourself. Don't you have Tipu and Master Guzhen now? It should be much easier for you. After hearing Xian's words, Xiao Hua understood a little. The so-called primordial spirit was naturally the physical body. There were thousands of triangular mirrors in the maze of the mysterious water palace. Each mirror could reflect the intruder's shadow. However, there was only one real mirror. All the other mirrors were illusions of the maze. It was precisely these mirrors that had the effect of bewitching the mind. The real eye of the formation only played the role of illusions. Since the maze only worked on Confucian cultivators' eye-clearing technique and the naked eye of cultivators, all Buddhist senses, divine thoughts, and elemental thoughts could be used. Since the Dharma idol of the Buddhist sect was condensed from karma, it wasn't restricted by the maze. Therefore, the mirror couldn't reflect the Dharma idol's shadow. However, the problem was that even if Ci Hui or Guzhen released their Dharma idols, how would they find the mirror that could reflect the Dharma idol's shadow? What would they use to check? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind raced. He had many methods. He could release the Dharma idol, release the Buddha's Sarira, or release his nascent soul. He could deal with all of them. Even the simplest method was to use his soul sense. Perhaps he could find a way out. Of course, Xiao Hua could also use the heavenly vision of the Dharma eyes. However, he couldn't be sure if his Dharma eyes could defeat this ancient formation. Although Master Guzhen wasn't proficient in Buddhism, he understood after hearing this. He said loudly, Ci Hui, if there's anything you need this old monk to do, just tell me. This old monk doesn't understand Buddhism, but I do know some Buddhist divine skills. They can be of help. Ci Hui thought for a moment and said tentatively, Grandmaster, this disciple doesn't understand the Dharma idol technique. However, the Sarira that I cultivate does have the image of a Dharma idol. How about this disciple release the Sarira first to see its effect? Grandmaster, why don't you use the Dharma idol technique? I'll listen to you. Guzhen naturally had no objections. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the Saraira of a Dharma idol? Isn't this the Buddha's Saraira? This monk Ci Hui really has some background. However, Buddhist light surged around Ci Hui's body. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. Ci Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She sighed and said, not only does the mysterious water palace confine Buddhist consciousness, but it also confines this little monk's Bodhi Saraira. It seems this little monk can't do anything. Bodhi Saraira. When Guzhen heard Ci Hui's words, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He cried out involuntarily, Ci Hui, you actually cultivated the Bodhi Saraira? This. Looking at this grandmaster who couldn't refine karma to form a Saraira, Ci Hui's expression was somewhat uneasy. She smiled and said, all right, grandmaster knows. This disciple was lucky enough to refine the Bodhi Saraira in this life. However, the golden body has yet to form, so I dare not embarrass myself in front of grandmaster. Alas. Ci Hui couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She sighed and didn't speak again. Xian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, fellow immortal Ci Hui, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you talk about refining the Bodhi Saraira. This is second only to the Buddha's Saraira in your Buddhist sect. With this Saraira, not only will you be able to attain the golden body of a bodhisattva in this life, but you'll also be able to attain the supreme golden body in the future. Ci Hui hurriedly put her palms together and humbly recited the name of Buddha. She said, Amitabha, this is the karma of this little monk's several lifetimes of cultivation. There's nothing to show off. Perhaps this little monk was like Grandmaster Guzhen in the past, specializing in the lineage of Dharma protectors. Later on, this little monk obtained an opportunity and gained the favor of Buddha. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Xian looked so excited that she almost forgot that she was in the mysterious water palace. She cupped her hands and said, fellow immortal, you're too humble. Being able to refine the Bodhi Saraira isn't something that can be exchanged with several lifetimes of cultivation. If it weren't for the profound Dharma and profound opportunities, how could it be possible? I didn't expect this little girl to be acquainted with a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. It's truly fortunate. Chapter 34-32. Ahem. Before Xian could finish, Ci Hui coughed twice and even winked at her, interrupting her. Xian Tanua, no matter what kind of relic it is, it can't be used in the profound water palace. What's the use of that? It's not as useful as Ancestor Guzhen's golden Buddha statue. That's true. Xian suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes narrowed and she almost covered her mouth with her hand. She hurriedly covered it up. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. That's right. To the side, Xiaohua frowned. He knew that if Ci Hui's Bodhi relic couldn't be used, then his Buddha relic wouldn't be able to leave his body. Since his relic couldn't leave his body, then his nascent soul couldn't either. Perhaps he could only use his soul sense and heavenly law embodiment technique. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was about to quietly release his soul awareness. Roar. Guzhen roared and clenched his fists. Buddha light flashed all over his body. Guzhen's originally tall body grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, a Buddha statue of several zhang tall slowly appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Ancestor Guzhen's golden Buddha statue appeared, countless sounds came from the profound water palace's mirrors. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw that many of the previously dazzling mirrors had turned into black holes. The sounds came from the shattering of the illusionary mirrors. A golden Buddha statue can restrain an ancient formation? Xiaohua was aghast. However, before he could shift his gaze away, the familiar rumbling of magical treasures resounded. Rays of aqua blue light appeared once again. Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Immediately, waves of strange magical energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire mysterious water palace. This magical energy was like a whirlwind, but also like a scorching heat. Gu Zhen's newly formed golden Buddha statue actually showed signs of melting under this magical energy. Strands of golden sweat seeped out of the golden Buddha statue. A trace of pain appeared on Gu Zhen's face, which was flashing with Buddhist light. He cried out, "The mystic water palace's formation is too powerful. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and find the entrance." "Yes," Ci Hui gritted her teeth and hurriedly replied. She then waved her hand and said, "Ti Pu, look over here. Xian Tanyu, look over there, okay?" Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction Ci Hui was pointing at. Xiaohua also did the same. However, Xiaohua didn't use his eyes, but his soul sense. Xian's idea was very ideal, but reality once again showed the crux of the matter. The naked eye couldn't look directly at the illusory mirrors. Even if they could just glance at them now, Xian and Ci Hui didn't dare to be too careless, for fear that they would miss the mirror with the Transcendent's golden body. However, it was extremely difficult to find a mirror with an image among the thousands of mirrors. Ci Hui and Xian's eyes seemed to be dazzled. Heavy dizziness and discomfort rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were several times when they almost got lost in the mirror. Compared to them, Xiaohua was in a better state. Although soul sense wasn't as useful as Xiaohua thought, being able to see through the illusion of the array and see through the array's core with a glance, soul sense wouldn't be reflected by the illusory mirrors, so there was no danger of losing one's mind. However, Xiaohua was the same as Xian and the others. He also didn't dare to be careless. He also checked the mirrors one by one. As time passed, the magic power fluctuations became more rapid. Xiaohua could clearly feel the heat in the surrounding air. He looked again and saw that the surface of Master Gu Zhen's golden body had already melted. Just like Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira, it had turned into golden liquid and flowed down the golden body. When it dripped to where Gu Zhen was standing, it immediately turned into small golden Buddhist lotuses. Gu Zhen's golden body of Buddha is different from Frost Bamboo's great strength Vajra Dharma body. It seems to be transformed from his main body, similar to my heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. As Xiaohua continued probing, he thought to himself, although this Buddhist divine power is a level higher than Frost Bamboo's, the Dharma array has melted his golden body. That means his body will also be damaged. Why don't I use heavenly form to replace it? Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Great Master Gu Zhen is a Buddhist sect guardian with 5th grade origin energy. Wouldn't his golden Buddha avatar be more profound than my heavenly law's embodiment technique? Instead of thinking too much, why don't I hurry up and find the entrance? If Master Gu Zhen can't support me at the final critical moment, it won't be too late for me to make such a plan. Roar. After a while, Master Gu Zhen's originally straight waist twisted slightly. A slightly hoarse roar came from his mouth. It was unknown whether it was a painful or angry roar. His movement didn't matter. Pa, 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 several loud pops sounded. Several thumb-sized bubbles appeared on his limbs. Then, with several explosions, these bubbles all exploded. Golden liquid splashed out. Before it could fall, it had already bloomed into lotus shapes in the air. The main body is the Saraira, and the Saraira is also the main body. Xiaohua sighed. He understood the meaning of Buddhist guardians. But suddenly, Xiaohua was startled again. My Saraira is in the shape of a Buddha. It seems to be able to form its own body. If a Buddha's Saraira leaves the main body to cultivate on its own, wouldn't it only be able to walk the path of a guardian? Xiaohua was startled. His soul consciousness was a little scattered, and he couldn't tell where he was looking. Xiaohua hurriedly composed himself and grumbled in his heart, although my Buddhist cultivation is at 5th grade essence power, and according to the records of the Buddhist scriptures in Exquisite Temple, I can be considered to have reached the Lotus realm. But in reality, I know very little about Buddhism, and Buddhist magical powers are few and far between. Doesn't Ci Hui also have a Bodhi Saraira? He's not in a hurry, so why should I? Isn't isn't this the entrance to the formation? People often say that one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, one will find it without any effort. Xiao Hua was like that at this moment. He was focused on searching for the entrance, but he didn't find anything. But in a moment of absent-mindedness, his soul consciousness scattered, and he actually found a triangular mirror. On this mirror, other than Xiao Hua, Ci Hui, and Xian, there was also Grandmaster Guzhen's golden Buddha statue that was much taller than the others. This golden Buddha statue was only much taller than Guzhen's main body on the other mirrors, and there wasn't the slightest trace of Buddhist light on it. It's here. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at the mirror below him and shouted. But what made Xiao Hua extremely surprised was that at this moment, Xian and Ci Hui also shouted in unison, "It's here." However, the two of them pointed in different directions. Ci Hui pointed in the sky, and Xian pointed in the same direction as Xiao Hua. Ah! Xiao Hua was rather surprised. He didn't think that the two's eyes could be as fast as his soul consciousness. He subconsciously looked in the direction Ci Hui was pointing at. Sure enough, on the same triangular mirror above everyone's heads, Grandmaster Guzhen's golden Buddha statue was also reflected. Just as Xiao Hua thought, Ci Hui and Xian also looked at each other's mirrors. The three of them then looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They didn't think that the profound water palace would have two entrances. "Little monk, you're really amazing." Xian looked at Xiao Hua again and said curiously, "The area that immortal Ci Hui assigned to you doesn't seem to be here." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said honestly, "When I saw Grandmaster Guzhen's golden body melt, this little monk couldn't bear to see it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, I looked down below. Grandmaster Guzhen's sacrifice moved Buddha and allowed this little monk to see the entrance to the formation." "Oh, Grandmaster Guzhen, you can take back your avatar now." Phew. Guzhen let out a long sigh. The Buddhist light around him quickly disappeared and then shrank like a bubble. His golden body also shrank rapidly and returned to its original form. However, Grandmaster Guzhen's face was pale. Not only was his body trembling, but his arms and legs were also trembling. He looked like an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. "Grandmaster, you've worked hard." Ci Hui hurried forward to support him. Guzhen shook his arms and wanted to break free, but he seemed to be powerless and could only let Ci Hui do as she pleased. Xiao Hua ignored Xian's reproach. He raised his head and glanced at the mirror Ci Hui pointed at, and then at the mirror he discovered beneath his feet. He asked with a wry smile, "Xian, this mysterious water palace actually has two entrances. Is there any record of this in your Moyan eyes?" "No," Xian answered without hesitation. "Then which entrance should we use?" Ci Hui asked from the side. Xian thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out two jade boxes. She said, "Although we found the entrance to the profound water palace, we still need to use the Tao Gate to enter the real profound water palace. These are the two talismans I found according to Mo Yuntong's records. These two talismans are exactly the same. I prepared them in case of an emergency. Now that there are two entrances, it is destined that both entrances will be opened. I think it's better to open the entrance first. I'll wait and see, then decide which entrance to enter." "Ah, I'm afraid that's the only way." Ci Hui frowned. Faced with such a difficult problem, she had no choice but to agree. Xian raised her hand and one of the jade boxes opened. A bright cyan halo rushed out of the jade box. Before Xian could cast a spell, a thumb-sized seed jumped out of the jade box. Xiao Hua looked at the jade box expectantly. He wanted to know what kind of rare talisman Xian had taken out, but he was still shocked when he saw the seed jump out. Looking at the seed again, it leaped into the air and flickered with an emerald green halo. The halo slowly unfolded and the seed also unfolded along with the halo. Xiao Hua could clearly see that it was a talisman in the shape of a leaf. The wrinkles on the talisman and the texture of the leaf were clearly visible. Xiao Hua didn't need to use his divine sense to know that it was a rare talisman from ancient times. Chapter 34-33. Sure enough, Xian promptly explained, this is a Daoist wood spirit talisman. It said that it specializes in breaking water-type formations. The specific refining method has long been lost, and these two talismans were found after spending more than 10 years of painstaking effort. They're also the last preparations I've made before entering the formation. I don't know what I'll encounter after entering the profound water palace. Xian opened her mouth again and was about to blow out true energy when she suddenly closed it again. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Little monk, can you help me next time?" "Oh. How can I help you?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. "I don't know any Daoist magic, so how can I help you?" "Of course, if you can teach me how to use Buddhist telekinesis to activate talismans, I'd be more than happy to." "Hee, you wish." Xian glanced at Xiao Hua. "The telekinesis you use is completely different from Daoist magic. I'm a Confucian cultivator, so how can I know this kind of secret technique? If you want this secret technique, you might as well ask your senior martial brother who'll definitely become a bodhisattva in this lifetime." After speaking, Xian opened her mouth and a golden true energy shot out like a sword and hit the leaf talisman. CSI. The moment the true energy came into contact with the talisman, it immediately produced a corrosive sound. Following this sound, the emerald green brilliance on the leaf flickered rapidly, as if the leaf was being devoured by insects. Go! Xian saw that the talisman's brilliance was faintly flickering. She hurriedly pointed at the talisman. The leaf, like a falling leaf on an autumn night, fell towards the mirror surface that Xiao Hua and Xian had identified at the same time. From afar, the mirror surface looked extremely small, but the leaf that fell on it was insignificant. However, as soon as the leaf-like talisman touched the mirror surface, a water-blue brilliance flashed and submerged the entire talisman in an instant. The emerald green brilliance completely disappeared. However, in just a few breaths, a wisp of emerald green brilliance emerged from the water-blue brilliance like a sharp sword. Moreover, as soon as this light appeared, it immediately swayed and expanded. Strands of water-based heaven and earth spirit chi flashed with blue light and flowed into the emerald green light. Within this emerald green light, a vine-like branch stretched out, wood counters water. Although the wood spirit talisman can't absorb wood-type spiritual energy from the profound water palace, the water-type spiritual energy can still make the wood spirit talisman work. It seems, it's only a matter of time before the profound water palace is destroyed. When Xiao Hua saw this situation, he immediately understood in his heart. However, the real situation had exceeded his expectations. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the wood spirit talisman had already transformed into vines that completely covered the triangular mirror. When Xian grabbed it with her hand, the vines contracted and instantly shattered the mirror. Behind the mirror, a blue tunnel was revealed. Hiss. Xiao Hua's eyes looked at the blue passage, and a feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a call coming from the passage with the wind. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what this feeling meant. However, no matter what this feeling meant, there was one thing he was certain of. This entrance was definitely the real entrance. Xiao Hua was certain of this. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at it and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for Xian to attack again and shatter the other mirror above everyone's heads. Seeing the mirror shatter, before Xian could say anything, Ci Hui's face revealed a look of astonishment. She asked curiously, "What? What does this mean? Why did this little monk feel a call? There seems to be a voice coming from inside. Could it be that this entrance is the real entrance? Damn, how is this possible? How can Ci Hui feel the same as me?" Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at the passage that also flashed with blue light. His heart rippled. If one of the passages produced a call, then it would be fine. There must be something attracting this Xiao. However, the two passages produced two different calls. The biggest possibility is, there's something fishy about the profound water palace. Little monk, what about you? Xian didn't answer C.I. Huey's question. Instead, she looked at Xiao Hua with eyes full of interest. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This little monk didn't feel the call from the passage. Moreover, contrary to senior brother C.I. Hui, this little monk has a subtle feeling about the other entrance. What about Grandmaster Gu Zhen? Xian turned to Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen's face revealed hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he said, this old monk's thoughts are similar to C.I. Huey's. The entrance above us should be real. After all, this is the lowest level of the profound water palace. If there is an entrance, it must be facing upwards. Xian's expression turned grave. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, although the profound water palace is above us, the entrance might not be. This little monk's feelings are similar to yours. I feel that the entrance below us is real. C.I. Huey's expression changed. She said anxiously, this is bad. Could this be the profound water palace's trick? The purpose of this formation is to separate the four of us? Anything is possible. Xian nodded. We only have 3 choices. Either all 4 of us go up, all 4 of us go down, or we split into 2 groups and go our own way. This. C.I. Hui was truly hesitant. However, she still insisted, this little monk feels that it's better to go up. This little monk feels that it's better to go down. Xiao Hua originally wanted to go up like C.I. Hui, but he was somewhat unwilling. His perception had always been accurate. Today, there was no reason for it to be wrong. Thus, he also insisted. This little one has heard that formations that have been set up for a long time will give birth to a formation spirit. Could it be that this ancient formation has already gained sentience? Xian laughed. I don't think that's likely to be strange. However, this little one feels that these 2 entrances might be different methods leading to the same result. Although the paths inside are different, they will eventually converge at the same place. Yes. As the saying goes, infinite scenery lies at the peak of a dangerous mountain. These 2 different directions might be a kind of fate and opportunity for us. Gu Zhen said. No matter what you choose, this old monk has decided to go through the entrance above us. With that, Gu Zhen flung his hand, wanting to shake off C.I. Hui who was supporting him. However, C.I. Hui didn't pull her hand away. She just smiled and said, since Grandmaster has made his choice and this entrance was found by this disciple, it's naturally impossible for us to not go through this entrance. This disciple is willing to go with Grandmaster and help Grandmaster search for the ancient Buddha. Fine. Xian glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded. Since this little monk found the same entrance as us, this little one will go through the entrance below with you. With that, Xian winked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, little monk, you have to protect me. Of course. Xiao Hua smiled. This little monk was most protective of women before he entered the Buddhist sect. Cough cough. C.I. Huey's throat wasn't good again. Once the assignment was completed, C.I. Hui supported Gu Zhen and the 2 of them slowly flew towards the entrance above the 4 people's heads. Looking at the backs of the 2 people and then looking at Gu Zhen's tall figure, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the frost bamboo. Naturally, he also thought of the Buddhist protector's unruly way of swallowing relics. Therefore, he immediately opened his mouth and transmitted a few words to C.I. Hui. C.I. Hui did not seem to have heard him. Not only did she not reply, she did not even slow down in the slightest. The 2 monks, one tall and one short, slowly flew towards the entrance of the blue brilliance in the mountain cave. When the 2 people's figures disappeared, the brilliance flickered slightly and a flat mirror surface appeared there. Now, even if Xiao Hua and Xian wanted to follow C.I. Hui, it was too late. Little monk, let's go. We'll go in too. Don't worry about C.I. Hui. Grandmaster Gu Zhen isn't as despicable as you think. Xian waved her hand and landed first. How could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly flew down with Exian and said with a flattering smile, "The ancients said that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must guard against others. It's normal for this little monk to be worried about senior martial brother Ci Hui. Who asked Grandmaster Gu Zhen to be a Buddhist Dharma protector? TSK. Exian smacked her lips as she flew and said mockingly, "Which ancient person are you talking about? Why do I often hear people talking about this? Moreover, why do I feel that you, a Buddhist disciple, are even more wary of Buddhists than me? Is that so?" Xiaohua rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, "That's because you're not a bhikkhuni of my Buddhist Dharma protector and don't know the details of my Buddhist Dharma protector. That's why you're not on guard. What are you on guard against?" Exian probed again. "Previously, you said that you came to the Profound Water Palace to protect fellow Daoist Ci Hui. At that time, I only thought that you were talking nonsense. But now, it seems that your Buddhist Dharma protector's cultivation is far superior to Ci Hui's. How come I've never heard of such a good-looking, talented, and virtuous little monk like you? Alas, it's hard to give up on one's natural beauty. I've been raised in a boudoir and no one knows me." Xiaohua very regretfully rubbed his bald head and replied, "This little monk has always emphasized on keeping a low profile. I didn't dare to shave my head and become a monk because I was afraid of attracting attention. Nu Tanua thought about it. This little monk had just shaved my head and brought you all here. In the blink of an eye, I met a senior martial brother who will definitely attain enlightenment in this lifetime. Since senior martial brother Ci Hui has such a background, Nu Tanua presumably also has a family background. Only, I wonder which family does Nu Tanua come from in the hidden immortal continent? Do you want to know?" Exian flew to the light blue entrance and turned around. Yes. Xiaohua hurried over and nodded his bald head like a chick pecking rice. "I just won't tell you." Exian sneered and rushed into the entrance. "Don't tell me if you want to." Xiaohua also muttered and followed closely behind. The passage was several zhang tall. As the two flew in one after another, the brilliance of the entire passage actually began to revolve. It was just like the whirlpools that appeared on the four walls of the Profound Water Palace earlier. Wave after wave of blue brilliance drew an arc in front of Xiaohua. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually sped up and rushed forward. Looking behind the two, the place where the blue light surged had already sealed the entrance. There were no longer any gaps. Chapter 34. Exian was on high alert. As soon as she entered the entrance, she took out her flexible sword without waiting for the light to change. With a slight twist of her wrist, the blade coiled around her right arm like a spirit snake. Clear chi gushed out from between Exian's eyebrows. Her limpid eyes flickered like the light in the passageway, but the golden light in her eyes only flashed for a moment. Alas! Exian sighed. She knew that she still couldn't use her eye-clearing technique. Her five senses were similar to those of ordinary people in the mysterious water palace. Just as Exian was sighing, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Startled, she hastily looked up and saw that the blue light in the passageway was gradually stabilizing, and its color was getting denser. What's going on? Exian frowned. Her flying figure slowed down, and she turned to ask in a low voice, "Little monk, do you feel something strange?" Xiaohua was right behind Exian. Seeing her slow down, he understood what she was thinking. He hastily flew to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. He answered, "This little monk feels a little heavy on my body. It seems to be the mysterious water palace's restriction again." Alas, that's what happened. Exian sighed again. After all, it's an ancient array with layer upon layer of strange restrictions. Without strength, it's really difficult to move even an inch. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then advised, "Actually, this little monk still has to persuade Lady Benefactor. Right now, our main goal is to find a way out." This mysterious water palace is really not a place where people with our cultivation can enter. Even if you want to find someone, you should first consider your own life, right? Without your life, what can you do? A way out? Xian shrugged. It's in this mountain, deep in the clouds. What? Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. As if he had thought of something, he hastily cried out, could it be, you don't know where the exit is? Or... At this point, Xiao Hua really didn't want to ask any more questions. Xian had said that she had the ink cloud pupil. Xiao Hua had assumed that since someone had left the ink cloud pupil behind, someone must have left behind information about this ancient formation after escaping. He had followed Xian into the profound water palace. Even if he couldn't see an immortal artifact, he would at least be able to escape unscathed. However, he really didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil in Xian's possession didn't contain any records of this. Xiao Hua had been relying on Imo Yuntong in this exit to enter the profound water palace when he had broken through this ancient magic array. Now that Xian didn't know what to say, how could she not be scared witless? This was an ancient array. The previous few checkpoints had already shown how ferocious this array was. And that was only the outer perimeter of the profound water palace. Now that he had truly entered the profound water palace, the passageway once again gave off a heavy feeling. Who knew what he was about to encounter? He had originally thought that he would be able to find a way out if he braced himself and forced himself through this passageway. Who knew? Xiao Hua couldn't help but want to cry. Before Xiao Hua's tears could fall, the heavy feeling on his body increased again. Xiao Hua glanced at Xian. This strange woman was flying with her head held high, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He didn't bother to say anything more. His head drooped as he flew forward with Xian. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Self-preservation was self-preservation. Apart from self-preservation, he didn't care about anything else. Immortal artifacts, prisoners, nothing. He didn't believe that with his divine abilities, he couldn't protect himself. The pressure on his body increased even more. In half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua and Xian had only flown a few dozen meters. Although there was nothing tangible in the passageway, Xiao Hua felt that the entire passageway was like a quagmire. He was currently wading through the water. The quagmire that was difficult to walk through was definitely not too far away. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, the blue brilliance suddenly changed when it reached the depths of the passageway. Strands of blue blossomed from the deep blue, as if the blue had surpassed the blue. They rapidly rotated within the blue passageway, similar to the blue light that appeared when Xiao Hua had just entered the passageway. Oh no! Feeling the heavy pressure on his body increase again, Xiao Hua came to his senses and shouted, Xian, hurry up and leave. The pressure in this passageway is increasing layer by layer. In the end, it will crush our bodies into minced meat. As he spoke, Xiao Hua no longer dared to conceal his cultivation. He activated his transcendence energy and displayed the wind escape technique, rushing towards the front of the passageway. Who would have thought that it would be fine if Xiao Hua didn't activate his transcendence energy, but the moment he displayed the wind escape technique, an enormous force crashed into Xiao Hua's body along with his transcendence energy. Caught off guard, Xiao Hua's entire body fell with a whoosh sound, directly reaching half of Xian's waist. This. Xiao Hua's body sank. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the passageway in the distance. He understood in his heart that this was the Tao's sex formation. The method to restrict the Tao's sex disciples was naturally easy to use. At this moment, he had to either give up on using the Tao's sex divine ability or forcefully rely on the Tao's sex divine ability to charge out. Otherwise, he could only continue to use the Buddhist sex divine ability and deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Xian naturally also felt the pressure increase. However, before she could activate the auspicious cloud, Xiao Hua suddenly fell down. At this moment, she also looked at Xiao Hua strangely. Let's go. Xiao Hua didn't explain in detail. He activated the auspicious cloud and rushed forward while rising up again. However, after flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure brilliance deepened once more and the pressure doubled once more. Not only did Xiao Hua not reach the same height as before, he even became half a foot shorter than before. Naturally, Xian's expression changed greatly and she also fell down like Xiao Hua. "Little monk, I'm afraid we can't touch the brilliance of this passageway." Xian shouted, "Although Amo Yuntong no longer has any records, since it's a passageway, we must pass through. This brilliance must be restricted by the profound water palace. If we touch it, we'll definitely suffer." "Humph, not necessarily. What if we're sent out of the profound water palace as soon as we touch it?" Xiao Hua coldly snorted and retorted sarcastically. Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I'm not giving it a try." Xiao Hua shook his head and suddenly asked, "Right, benefactress, do you know?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask Xian if she knew Princess Bai Hua of the Cha Nu country, Xian, but before he could say anything, he remembered that he was now the little monk Ti Pu of the Western Paradise. How could he know a woman from the hidden immortal continent? He immediately shut his mouth. "Who do I know?" Xian saw that Xiao Hua didn't say anything and continued to ask. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it after we get out alive." Xiao Hua waved his hand. At this moment it was difficult for him to move his hand. Even his arm felt somewhat sore and numb. Xian narrowed her eyes and said, "You're not going to say it? Are you afraid I'll see through your intentions? If you have the ability, you can see through it even if I don't say it." Xiao Hua argued. "Do you think I?" Xian couldn't help but get angry. Just as she was about to say something, buzz buzz. The whole passage flashed with a blue brilliance. Rings of light chased after Xiao Hua and the others from behind and rushed forward. The speed of the rings of light was different. Each ring was faster than the previous one. The heavy pressure on Xiao Hua and Xian's body was like a wave, each layer stronger than the previous one. "Hurry!" Xiao Hua urged again, but at this time, the two of them were already doing their best, but the passage still seemed to be endless. Boom! When the blue rings of light chased after them, the whole passage shook, and the color immediately turned green. Along with the change in brilliance, bang bang bang. Sounds came from Xiao Hua's body. It was the sound of the joints all over his body. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with shock. He had already discovered the pattern. When the blue brilliance disappeared, the pressure in the passage should be twice as heavy as before. Now that the blue brilliance disappeared again, the pressure should be twice as heavy as before. If he counted, it should be 4 times as heavy as before. Xiao Hua didn't know whether this passage was similar to his bone tempering, which required the bone tempering of 7 colors. However, even if it was the 5 elements technique, in the end, the pressure was still 32 times as heavy as when he first entered the passage. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's estimation. This was a restriction used to imprison cultivators, so how could it only be 2 or 4 times as heavy? When Xiao Hua had just entered the passageway, the pressure from the flickering blue brilliance was already several times that of the outside of the passageway, and then the cyan brilliance was several times stronger. In the end, the pressure was several hundred times or even several thousand times stronger. How could a cultivator withstand this pressure? Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips, and Buddhist light flashed around his body. He hurriedly released his soul consciousness and thought to himself, "The only thing I can do now is to resist this pressure. This Xiao's body and bones have been tempered, so I should be able to resist for a while. I just don't know if Xian will be able to escape this calamity." Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua's face suddenly showed joy, and he shouted, Xian, the exit is about 900 feet ahead. We just need to rush to the exit." Xian looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe, and the panic on her face was not as bad as before. She seemed to have thought of a countermeasure, but she didn't ask Xiao Hua how he knew the exit was 900 feet ahead. She only faintly replied, "I know." She once again sped up. While the two of them were talking about hope, the restriction inside the passage seemed to know. The green brilliance flickered even faster, and the pressure became even more violent. One moment, it was down, the next moment, it was up, and then left and right. Xiaohua and Xian became even more exhausted and couldn't afford to be distracted and increased their speed. Seeing the green brilliance become even denser, Xiaohua's body began to feel strangely sore and swollen. Xiaohua understood that this time, the pressure was already several dozen times heavier than before, and his body was afraid that he was about to reach his limit. However, when he glanced at Xian, he saw that she was actually having it easier than him. Strands of golden mist had already appeared on her palace dress, and this mist protected Xian's protruding body. The mist had already condensed into armor inscriptions, making it look like a close-fitting golden armor. Chapter 34-35. Xian's golden armor was not only solidified on the surface, but it was also overflowing with golden mist from time to time. The golden armor had already been compressed into a thin layer, and was no longer as thick as before. It was obvious that the golden armor had reached its limit. The situation had already begun to become critical, and Xiaohua could clearly feel that the auspicious cloud beneath his feet had also slowed down. The passage now seemed to be filled with silt. Not only were his hands and feet buried, even the karma of the Buddha's Saraira and the true energy in his dantian were wrapped up, making it difficult for him to use them. The green brilliance is already like this, what should we do in the future? Xiaohua's mouth was clearly bitter, and he somewhat disappointedly shifted his gaze away from Xian. He first looked at the end of the passage, and then looked again at the dense crystal-like green passage. Boom! Just as Xiaohua's gaze fell on the passage, the entire passage violently shook, and dense cracks appeared in the crystal-like green light. Good! Xiaohua almost blurted out in praise, "Quick, this passage is changing, I'm afraid it's our chance." As he spoke, Xiaohua hurriedly released his soul consciousness, trying to find a flaw in the passage. Unfortunately, the tunnel shook violently for a few times before calming down. The densely packed cracks rapidly widened. However, a bright yellow color blossomed from within the cracks. It was as dazzling as the yellow flowers in the morning sun. "This is bad." Xiaohua hastily shouted again, and did not have the time to be embarrassed because of his misjudgment. Before Xian's strange gaze could shift away from Xiaohua, a heavy pressure more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly appeared, as if a large hand had suddenly clenched. This heavy pressure was different from before, and it came from all sides of the passage, heading straight for the center. Although Xiaohua and Xian did not have to worry about being swept down the passage, the strength of this heavy pressure suddenly increased, and the two suddenly stopped in midair, unable to fly at all. Pa pa pa. A series of sounds rang out like beans being fried. The golden armor on Xian's body was first broken into pieces, then the broken pieces exploded inch by inch. The tens of thousands of inscriptions on the armor whimpered and turned into strokes, disappearing into the yellow light. Ah! Xian screamed. Her palace dress, which was originally fluttering in the wind, stuck to her body. Although it didn't reveal anything, the curves of her body were exposed. Even when Xian opened her mouth, not only did she spit out Jin Qi, but even Jin Qi gushed out from her body. It was too late. Xian's body shrank, and then her face turned dark red. Xiaohua was naturally much calmer than Xian. However, he also found it difficult to maintain his composure under this heavy pressure. His skin, which was originally as tough as steel, was collapsing time and time again. It was as if the entire profound water palace was pressing down on him. A sense of déjà vu arose in his heart. That's right. Xiaohua had once encountered such a heavy formation restriction in the Dawn Rain continent. However, at that time, the formation restriction wasn't as heavy as it was now. Moreover, Xiaohua had the Phoenix Dharma body at that time. Xiaohua relied on the Dharma body to break the formation restriction. At this time, not only was the formation 100 times stronger than before, but Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body had also disappeared. In particular, in this passage, all Daoist spells were restrained. Although Xiao Hua still hadn't released his magic treasure, he believed that magic treasures could only be ordinary weapons in this space. However, Xiao Hua still didn't give up. He sensed the piercing pain on his skin and knew that his body was beginning to tear. He hurriedly raised his hands slightly. Even this small action expended a great deal of Xiao Hua's strength. Out, Xiao Hua softly shouted, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. Xiao Hua formed a seal in his hand, and his Jin Qi, which should have been surging like a tide, was now compressed into a trickle. When his magic power rushed into the air, it had already mostly disappeared. When it landed on the seal of overturning the sea, the brilliance on the seal of overturning the sea flickered. Where was its previous majestic appearance? Seeing the seal of overturning the sea in such a state, Xiao Hua completely gave up. He raised his hand and withdrew the seal of overturning the sea. Xian, who was beside him, was in a state of panic. Not only was her face flushed red, but her skin, which was not covered by her palace dress, had turned from snow white to golden yellow. Now, there were patches of blood stains on her skin. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, she still keenly saw Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea, as well as the traces of Daoist magic power in it. Xian turned pale with fright. She was even more surprised than when she encountered the heavy pressure in the passage that she had never encountered before. However, she was even more shocked when Xiao Hua raised his hand again. 7 flying swords with different sword lights appeared with Xiao Hua's hand gesture. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a mouthful of Jin Qi rushed into the air. Then, he formed a seal with his hand. Although the 7 flying swords were very difficult, they still turned into rainbows and pierced toward Xian, thief. Although Xian was somewhat on guard, she never would have thought that Xiao Hua would disregard his own safety and suddenly attack her in such a dangerous place. Xian unconsciously clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn little bald donkey." Following Xian's curses, her hand also reached out, wanting to take something out of her bosom. However, it was already too late for her to fight back. The 7 flying swords had already rushed to about 10 feet away from her. However, just when Xian was feeling discouraged, the 7 Jin Qi from the 7 flying swords actually condensed in the air and surrounded Xian. Although the sword light was as thin as a cicada's wing, and even flashed under the heavy pressure, it seemed that it would not be able to last long. However, Xian's body felt lighter, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. He's protecting me. Xian suddenly came to a realization. I've wronged him. Xian instantly felt her qi and blood surging up. She did not know whether it was because of shame or the sudden release of Jin Qi, but her face turned blood red. Did he hear me scold him just now? Xian's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a very inappropriate question at this time. However, before Xian could look at Xiao Hua with doubt, another thought emerged like weeds: the little monk is a Buddhist disciple. How could he know the flying swords of our Confucian cultivators? Humph, it must be. That trace of feeling instantly turned into anger. She even glared at Xiao Hua with somewhat fiery eyes. Not only did she not take her hand out of her bosom, she even treated the 7 stars sword formation as if it was nothing. When Xian saw Xiao Hua, her eyes unconsciously gave birth to extraordinary splendor. Xiao Hua roared loudly, his body overflowing with Buddhist light or golden light. His originally thin and tall figure slowly expanded. The heavenly law embodiment technique that was comparable to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha was finally displayed. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua thought, this heavenly law embodiment technique was refined by the primordial spirit. It was different from the Tao sex magic and was very different from the phoenix celestial body. However, it was similar to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha. In this passage of the ancient formation, it still had the power to fight. This guy is actually a Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect? Or a martial master of my Confucian cultivation? Xian was somewhat flabbergasted. However, now was not the time for her to ponder. Xiaohua's Dharma embodiment, which was several zhang long, immediately streaked his several zhang long arm through the air. That large hand even pierced into the 7 stars sword formation. Although it sounded loud and clear, under this heavy pressure, its tone had already changed. He shouted, Xian, I'll send you out first. You, what are you doing? Seeing Xiaohua's large hand grabbing towards her, although that large hand flashed with golden light, Xian actually panicked. She hastily withdrew her hand from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pulled out the golden hairpin she gave to Gu Zhen before and stabbed it towards Xiaohua's large hand. Just as the golden hairpin was taken out, a wave of cold air emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. His large hand stopped in midair as he hurriedly said, Female benefactor, the heavy pressure is still increasing. This golden body of Buddha is this little monk's last resort. This little monk wants to try sending you out of the passage. If you're unwilling, this little monk will leave by himself. This. Xian looked at Ku Ko in the distance. She fiercely clenched her teeth and said, Fine. But don't you have any bad intentions? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed his hand again and called out, What bad intentions can this little monk have? Female benefactor, don't you know that form is emptiness and emptiness is form? While speaking, Xiaohua's large hand was about to grab Xian. He ordered, Female benefactor, use your flying technique with all your strength. If you have any secret techniques, don't hesitate to use them. Success or failure, life or death will depend on this. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohua shouted, Go. Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw Xian and the 7 stars sword formation to the end of the passage. Xian only felt the wind whistling in front of her. That 7 stars sword formation sword light was like splitting mountains and boiling water, carrying Xian straight to the end of the passage in the distance. A trace of joy flashed in Xian's heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, the golden hairpin in her hand produced a golden brilliance. This golden brilliance was like a blooming phoenix flower. In an instant, it protected Xian and the 7 stars sword formation. No matter how much the pressure in the passage increased, the golden brilliance only shrunk a little. This little monk. Although Xian didn't think much of Xiaohua's seriousness, the steadiness in her heart had already been shaken. The golden hairpin was her last resort. Who would have thought that it would be taken out the moment they entered the profound water palace? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She turned her head with some worry, but when she saw what Xiaohua was doing, she couldn't help but be shaken. She saw Xiaohua holding a thick wishful staff in his hand. His whole body flashed with golden light. He was like a demon god who could split heaven and earth. He chased after her with large strides. Every time the wishful staff was waved, it would cause the passage to tremble. After the tremors, Xian could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from behind her like a wave. Chapter 34-36. This little monk. Xian's eyes narrowed. She knew that Xiaohua was at his wit's end. Although the wishful staff in his hand could break the heavy pressure, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiaohua was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. After this cycle, Xiaohua's golden Buddha statue could not support it and his body could only end up as a meat paste. Xian clenched her teeth slightly and looked at the passage that had been flown nearly halfway. The end of the passage was already in sight, no longer as vague as before. Should I turn back? This was a rare thought in Xian's heart. At this time, Xiaohua was also helpless. This time was really dangerous, unlike the previous time. He remembered that the last time the magic staff broke the restriction, the heavy pressure disappeared. This time, although the wishful staff was far more powerful than the magic staff, the restriction was one layer after another, each layer more powerful than the last, as if there was no end. Let's fight. Xiaohua naturally also saw the golden brilliance of Xian in the distance, and his mouth was bitter. I don't know what this little girl's relationship with Princess Baihua is, but the protection of the imperial equipment is one after another. This is really embarrassing. While thinking, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff again. The heavy pressure was pervasive, but the wishful staff was not to be trifled with. It could still break the restriction that formed the heavy pressure. Taking advantage of the fact that the restriction had not been broken yet, Xiaohua's golden body was able to take the opportunity to escape. Xian naturally would not turn back at this time. She understood that although she had some means, everything was in vain before she could escape. She could not find a way, even if she went back, it would be in vain. Therefore, Xian urged her Zhenqi again, and under the protection of the golden hairpin and the 7-star sword array, she rushed toward the end of the passage. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the end was in sight. Xian's heart finally relaxed. In her entire life, there had never been a period of time that was more torturous than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. There was also no distance that could compare to the distance of several hundred feet. 1. Just as Xian saw a chance of survival, the entire passageway rumbled loudly again. A golden sun seemed to be born from the depths of the abyss, chasing after Xiaohua from behind. The golden light didn't disappear at all. The moment it entered Xian's eyes, the golden light of the golden hairpin immediately swayed, and the brilliant phoenix flower instantly shrank by a lot. Seeing the sudden change in front of her, Xian had no time to think about anything else. She hurriedly stimulated her Zhenqi and recklessly rushed forward. When the golden hairpin in Xian's hands started to tremble, Xian finally rushed out of the passage. She didn't have time to carefully check her surroundings. She hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Little monk." However, before she could yell out the word, "hurry," the tunnel was already filled with yellow light. Even though Xian hurriedly activated the clear eyes technique and the golden light in her eyes grew brighter, she still couldn't see the situation inside the tunnel clearly. "Little monk." At this moment, Xian's voice was somewhat sobbing. She was all too clear about the might of the golden hairpin in her hand. In the end, that yellow brilliance still hadn't reached its peak, yet even her golden hairpin was somewhat unable to withstand it. Admittedly, this was because her cultivation was shallow, but it was also enough to show how formidable the pressure in the passageway was. In this yellow light that was already several hundred times heavier than the initial pressure, could Xiaohua still survive? Xian was extremely suspicious. However, Xian still held on to a trace of hope. She didn't give up looking at the inside of the passageway, hoping for a miracle to happen. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was still no movement inside the passageway. Xian's eyes were already sore from watching. Sigh. Xian slightly sighed. Her heart was filled with complex feelings. It was indescribably desolate. It was as if she had just seen a beautiful scene, but before she could properly appreciate it, dark clouds had already densely covered it. This little monk, this was already the 4th time Xian muttered, "This little monk," in her heart within a short period of time. "Io, something's not right." Just when Xian was about to give up and prepare to leave, she once again saw the 7 flying swords that had been protecting her all this time. The flying swords are still in midair. This sword formation is still there. That little monk might not necessarily be dead. Xian suddenly jumped up. A burst of joy rushed to her heart. Her eyes were somewhat moist. Sure enough, before she even got close to the passageway, an intense rumbling sound began to flash within the golden brilliance. Strands of faint blue color flowed within the golden brilliance. Flowers of lightning bloomed within the golden brilliance. The most bizarre thing was that strands of black gas were also flowing within the golden brilliance. Ha 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 ha. Just when Xian was in ecstasy, Xiaohua's familiar laughter rushed out of the passageway amidst the lightning. The Transcendent's golden body that was several tens of feet in size had already disappeared. Instead, strands of black gas slowly dissipated around Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Xian's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Then, she suddenly turned around and flew several tens of feet away. Only then did she stop, standing still with her back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about Xian's actions. In his heart, he was really very lucky. Just now, it was really very dangerous. The moment the golden brilliance appeared, his Transcendent's golden body instantly collapsed. The center of the passageway was completely not something that the current Xiaohua could resist. However, the moment Xiaohua's body returned to its original state, lightning and thunder immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder could obviously resist part of the heavy pressure, but it was far from enough. Xiaohua's flying speed was too slow. In a flash of inspiration, Xiaohua thought of the Devil Realm's concealment technique and immediately used it. Who would have thought that in this passageway, although Xiaohua couldn't hide in the void, his flying speed would actually increase. Therefore, under the effects of the lightning and thunder technique and part of the blood-dripping paradise, Xiaohua finally reached the end of the passageway. As soon as he came out of the passageway, he felt a kind of physical and mental exhaustion. Even his limbs were sore and numb. He almost didn't even have the strength to stand. Xiaohua cursed, "Damn it," and immediately collapsed on the ground. When a cold feeling came from his buttocks, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing his naked appearance, his face turned red. Xiaohua's monk robes were originally ordinary goods. Previously, under the protection of the Buddhist light, they didn't have any damage. However, when Xiaohua transformed into his Transcendent's golden body, the monk robes had already been destroyed. However, the situation was critical at that time, and Xiaohua's whole body was covered by the golden light. No one noticed. But now, awkward. Besides this, Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts. He also finally understood why Xian suddenly turned around and flew so far away with her back to him. Alas! Xiaohua raised his hand, wanting to take out his clothes. However, his arm was abnormally sore, and he didn't have any strength. Moreover, the muscles on his arm were already twisted. Under the heavy pressure, his entire body was seriously injured. "Benefactress, please wait a moment," Xiaohua shouted, adding fuel to the fire. How could Xian pay attention to him? She just turned her back to Xiaohua and didn't say a word. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua stood up shakily. He put on a new robe, formed a sword seal, and collected the 7 flying swords. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Benefactress Xian." However, when Xian turned her head, what she gave Xiaohua wasn't the gratitude he expected. She didn't even smile. Instead, she held the golden hairpin in her hand and coldly asked Xiaohua, "Little monk, tell me honestly, who are you?" "Ah. Who am I?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately woke up. After all, in this blue passage, he once again showed a cultivation that was different from that of a Buddhist disciple. No wonder Xian was vigilant again. "Benefactress, I'm afraid this is the second time you've questioned this little monk." Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Didn't this little monk say it before? This little monk is a Buddhist disciple from the pure land of ultimate bliss. There's no difference. The only thing that made Benefactress suspicious is that this little monk knows a lot of secret techniques that are different from that of Buddhism. This is very normal, right? Benefactress shouldn't have suspected this little monk at this time. Would a Buddhist disciple call the pure land of ultimate bliss?" Xian's face was still cold as she asked back, "Would a Buddhist disciple practice Tao techniques? Would a Buddhist disciple practice Confucian techniques?" Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "Why not? Anyone who sees this little monk would think so, right? Speak, who sent you here?" Xian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, The golden hairpin in her hand once again emitted a golden light. Who sent you here? Xiao Hua was baffled, almost touching his nose red. This little monk was peacefully cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain, but you and Ci Hui brought this little monk here, and you actually asked who sent me here? Who could it be? Naturally it's Ci Hui. You still don't want to be honest? Xian shouted loudly as if she had been greatly deceived, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. Xiao Hua was helpless. He raised his hand and said, Benefactress, remember, no matter who I am, whether it's Tipu, a Taoist cultivator, or a Confucian cultivator, I'm someone who has nothing to do with you. I won't hurt you. On the contrary, I'll protect you. In this mysterious water palace, I'm in the same boat as you. You don't need to know my origin, and you don't need to know who I am. As long as you leave the mysterious water palace, you won't meet me again, and I won't know you. Xian listened to Xiao Hua's words and stared at him for a long time, as if she was considering whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth. Then she put away the golden hairpin and said faintly, That's true. What does your identity have to do with me? Even if you were sent by that person, you still have to protect me. If you weren't sent by that person, you've already saved me several times. What do I have to be afraid of? My purpose in coming here is to see if that person is here. If he is, I'll think of a way. If he isn't, as long as you and I leave the mysterious water palace, we'll go our separate ways. Even if you've deceived me, what can I do? Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, that's how it should be. After saying this, Xiao Hua finally had the chance to look up and see where he was. Why doesn't this place look like a palace? Xiao Hua looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. In front of him was a vast open space with white clouds drifting about. The sky above the white clouds was blue. Although he couldn't see the sun, there were actually some shadows in the open space. Chapter 34-37. As for behind Xiao Hua, there was a mountain peak. The several zhang-wide cave had now regained its blue brilliance. Looking at the other parts of the mountain peak, there were actually many densely packed caves. They were all flashing with the same blue brilliance as the one Xiao Hua and Xian flew out of. Could it be that there are many more entrances? Ci Hui and Gu Zhen are also in one of them? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He hurriedly wanted to release his soul consciousness. However, in this place, even his soul consciousness could not leave his body. Perhaps, one of them is an exit? Xiao Hua gave up and began to ponder. Or, other than the cave just now, the others are all exits? Although this was what he thought, Xiao Hua did not dare to take the risk. At this time, Xian called out again. Little monk, I'm going to take a look in front. Do you want to come with me? Yes, let's go together. Xiao Hua hurriedly responded and turned to chase after her. This open space was very cold. It seemed like ordinary soil, but it also carried a kind of coldness. From time to time, there were some blue brilliances flashing above the open space. Looking at the place in the distance, he could not see very far. Although there was no fog, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 100 zhang, let alone distinguish what it was. After walking for a while, Xiao Hua wailed. Benefactress, aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? When is this going to end? Didn't you say time was limited? Now a lot of time has passed. How much time do we have left? I don't know either. Xian looked straight into the distance and replied indifferently. Mo Yuntong only said to go in and out as soon as possible. He did not give a specific time. Now that we're here, I don't know anything. If you want to find the exit, you can only find it yourself. I can't help you at all. Forget it. Until today, I finally know what it means to be blind. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said impatiently. You're the blind one. Xian retorted sarcastically. Yes, I was blind. How could I follow you in? Xiao Hua replied with a mischievous smile. Where was the dignified appearance of the little monk Bodhi? You. Xian was quite angry, but when it came to retorting, she was still a bit inferior to Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xian was deflated, Xiao Hua was quite happy. He proudly walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. His eyes looked forward, and an inconceivable expression filled his face. Suddenly seeing Xiao Hua calm down, Xian was not used to it. She walked in front of Xiao Hua and asked tentatively, You, what are you doing? You. Did you see that? Xiao Hua's reply was somewhat incoherent. It was unknown whether his raised hand was exhausted or excited, but his entire arm was trembling. Xian was baffled. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, Of course I saw it. It's just a grassland, I don't see any palaces. TSK, it's really scary to be uneducated. Xiao Hua disdained Xian and lectured, Do you see that 9 feet tall spiritual tree? Which spiritual tree only had one string of scarlet heart fruits? That was an ancient spirit fruit that only grew once every 90,000 years. It's very useful for Taoist nascent soul cultivators. It can solidify the body and solidify the nascent soul. It's said that taking one is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator cultivating for 100 years. Damn it, Xiao. This little monk has only seen it in the grass encyclopedia. Who would have thought that the profound water palace actually has it? As he spoke, Xiao Hua no longer had the appearance of a weak mangy dog from before. He exerted all his strength and dashed towards the distance like a wisp of smoke. Scarlet heart fruits? Xian looked at the string of scarlet heart fruits in the distance with a confused expression. How come I've never heard of it? However, when Xian came closer and saw Xiao Hua's actions, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She also raised her hand and pointed at the scarlet heart fruits and shouted, You! What are you doing? What? What is this thing? What did Xian see? Naturally, it was the little fruit that Xiao Hua took out from the space. What else could the little fruit do after leaving the space? Of course, it was to skip over to the scarlet heart fruits and wave its hands. Rays of light fell into the roots of the scarlet heart fruits. Xiao Hua naturally had to take care of such a precious ancient spirit fruit and use his entire life to protect it. Only by transplanting it into his space could the scarlet heart fruits find the best home. I'm not doing anything, I'm just collecting some benefits. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. This little monk worked hard to come here, I can't return empty-handed, right? Since this scarlet heart fruit doesn't have any restrictions, it's naturally ownerless, right? As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of picking the fruit, why not take the entire scarlet heart fruit? Hearing Xiao Hua's eloquent words, Xian helplessly shook her head. She wanted to move further away from this black-hearted little monk, but when her gaze caught sight of a golden vine not far away on the ground, and at the top of the vine were 2 leaves, one big and one small, that were like flying swords, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Isn't this the ancient Yenyuan grass? Then, she flew over almost faster than Xiao Hua and shouted, With this thing, my golden eyes should be able to reach to Shang realm. Humph, you're still talking about me. Xiao Hua looked at Xian's back and coldly snorted. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he put the scarlet heart fruits that Xiao Hua had used all her strength to take out from the ground into the space and ordered, Go, see if there's anything else and take it all. Instead of leaving it here, don't let this Xiao take it. Xiao Hua received the order and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Xiao Hua with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting to be put into the space. After harvesting a few more rare spiritual herbs, Xiao Hua's excited heart gradually calmed down. It was just as Xiao Hua had said to Xian. He didn't need any immortal tools or cultivation techniques. With these spiritual herbs, this trip to the profound water palace had been completed. What's this? Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He could see a lot. After Xiaoguo dug out a spiritual herb from the ground, the usual blue light filled the entire pit, and a strand of red copper light appeared in the blue light. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he shouted in his heart. That hand nimbly made a grabbing motion, and with a so sound, a red copper object fell into Xiaohua's hand. This is a command token. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the palm-sized square object in his hand, and he immediately came to a realization. No, this command token was exactly the same as the command tokens Xiaohua had obtained before. However, this command token was cast with a vicious rabbit head. Xiaohua looked at the rabbit head in bewilderment and secretly said, "Damn, why is this rabbit so fierce? It doesn't look like a rabbit at all." However, the other command tokens seem to be the same, right? With this thought, Xiaohua looked at Xian, who had run off to pick the abyss-amplifying grass in the distance. With a wave of his hand, 4 identical command tokens appeared in his hand. Xiaohua carefully looked at them. Sure enough, aside from the tiger head and snake head, which should have been fierce, the remaining ox head, pig head, and this rabbit head all had a fierce appearance. Where was the simple, honest, stupid, and lively appearance that they should have? These command tokens. What is the use of them? They're actually distributed in the Dawn Rain continent and Western Paradise? Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the 5 command tokens with a frown. Previously, he had used his divine sense and Buddhist sense to check them, but it was to no avail. Now that he was in the profound water palace, he couldn't even release his soul sense. Xiaohua was afraid that he could only think about it. If it's useful, then it'll be of great use. Xiaohua moved his gaze away from the command tokens. Seeing Xiaoguo's nimble movements, he was already beaming with joy in his heart. However, this thought flashed through his mind, and he put away the command tokens again. He strode to Xiaoguo's side. Even if he didn't need to do anything, seeing so much harvest that was about to be put into his space still made him happy. Xian very smoothly picked the abyss-amplifying grass and carefully put it into the jade box. Usually, there would be some demonic beasts near this kind of ancient spirit herb. Not only did they covet this spirit herb, but they also coexisted with the spirit herb to speed up their cultivation. Naturally, there were no other demonic beasts in the profound water palace, so the abyss-amplifying grass had no protection. After Xian put away the jade box, she turned around. Before she could call out to Xiaohua, she was already standing there in a daze. It was very simple. The abyss-amplifying grass grew between several stalks of spiritual herbs. When Xian was picking the abyss-amplifying grass, she had carefully avoided those stalks of spiritual herbs for fear of injuring them. However, at this moment, those spiritual herbs were all gone. Even the area around her was completely empty. The ground was flat as if it had never been planted before. Little monk. Xian was angry. What are you doing? If you picked them, then so be it. After all, these are all ancient spirit herbs. Who knows how old they are? But why did you pull them out by the roots? Xiaohua lazily raised his head and said with a smile, Benefactor Xian, these spirit herbs are heavenly treasures. If you put them in the profound water palace, only a ghost would come. Isn't this a reckless waste of heavenly treasures? If this little monk takes these spirit herbs out of the profound water palace, who knows how many Buddhist disciples will benefit from them? TCH, only a ghost would believe that. Xian rebuked. The Buddhist sect's Arhat doesn't need any spirit herbs. It's clearly your own greed. If you're talking about greed, that's not necessarily the case. Xiaohua smiled and touched his nose. For example, Benefactor Xian picked this abyss-amplifying grass on her own. But what if there's someone else who needs it? Would that person still want to enter the profound water palace? This little monk isn't bragging. Even if there were 10 more people from your Xian clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk out of the passage behind us. Tell me, if this isn't selfish of you, then what is it? Could it be that if this little monk takes this abyss-amplifying grass out, your Confucian Xian clan won't benefit? I I don't know how to grow spirit herbs. Xin actually blushed at Xiao Hua's words. However, at the same time, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to look at the place where she had just picked the abyss-amplifying grass. Xin couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, the moment she spoke, the roots of the abyss-amplifying grass had already disappeared. The spirit herbs within a few feet to her left were all held by a fair child wearing a bib. His eyes were full of vigilance as he slipped away from her. Chapter 34-38. Looking at Xiaoguo's cute appearance and the vigilance in her big, dark eyes, Xin felt a burst of anger for no reason. She fiercely kicked the ground and shouted, "Shameless! Thief! Robber!" Although the ground looked very flat, it was actually very soft. Xin's kick not only scared Xiaoguo so much that she quickly ran behind Xiaohua, but also kicked up the soil. Even a few shiny white things were kicked out by her. Xin swept her eyes over them like a stubborn little girl and gave a cold snort. But when Xiaohua's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hastily waved his hand and those white bones immediately fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. Amitba. Benefactor Xin, this little monk doesn't know if Confucian cultivators like you talk about reincarnation and retribution in the next life. Xiaohua's face became solemn as he said righteously, but this little monk knows that whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they all emphasize the dead. Although I don't know which senior these bones belong to, and I don't know if he's a Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian cultivator, he's already passed away. We, the living, should retain a bit of respect for him. Blaspheming the corpse of a senior like you is really disrespectful. Forget it, let this little monk take these bones back to Nirvana. I'll chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night so that he can reincarnate soon. Although Xin didn't care about these bones, she also saw how thick they were. How could she not know that these bones didn't belong to an ordinary person? Now that Xiaohua took the bones and still pretended to be obedient, her face was ashen with anger. She stretched out a white finger and pointed at the complacent Xiaohua. She didn't know what to say. You, just take it. Perhaps this is your corpse from your previous life. In your previous life, you failed to explore the profound water palace and died here. In this life, you came here under this princess's lead. Since you've received this lady's benefits, why don't you thank this lady? Yes, it seems this skeleton is really fated with this little monk. This little monk thanks the lady for leading the way. This little monk thanks the lady for kicking this skeleton. Xiaohua put his palms together and lowered his head as he said sincerely, from now on, this little monk will also chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night. If this lady dies here, may Buddha bless you so that you can come here in your next life. You. Xin said, you 4 times in a row. She had never seen such a glib-tongued person in her life, let alone such a glib-tongued little monk. What about me? Xiaohua touches his bald head and says curiously, could it be that benefactress has never seen such a peerless and magnificent monk before? Disgusting. Xin pretended to retch a few times and curled her lips. She turned her head and ignored Xiaohua as she walked forward. Woman Tanyu, don't go too far. Xiaohua put on an act behind his back and said, this little monk still needs to sleep at night. I don't want to recite the rebirth mantra for someone. There was no way Xin would turn her head back, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Seeing that Xin had left, Xiaohua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He saw that the huge white bones that he had just sent into the space had already fused with the previous white bones. The lightning water mixed with traces of lightning seemed to be endlessly falling into the space. It seemed to be nourishing these white bones and also seemed to be awakening them at any time. Damn it, these white bones, how could they also be scattered in the Xiaoyu continent and Western Paradise? Jade Archive. Xiaohua frowned. As the white bones gradually gathered together, Jade Archive Xiaohua could already smell a trace of danger from these white bones. Who is the owner of these white bones? What can I do? The most beautiful thing in this world is confusing matters. Being able to find the reason from the confusion is also the most interesting thing in this world. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua spoke again from Jiu Xia's mouth. Damn it, Jiu Xia, you really are like a ghost that won't disperse. A rare wry smile appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face. Then, with a wave of his hand, Little Thunder, who had been nourishing under the lightning water, fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's arms. Looking at Little Thunder's increasingly plump body and the slightly moving eyeballs under its eyelids, Jade Archive Xiaohua understood that the day of Little Thunder's awakening was not far away. Let me calculate. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and Little Thunder disappeared. In an instant, it reappeared under the lightning water. At the same time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's left hand slowly stretched out, and then his 5 fingers slowly formed a seal. The 5 fingers were extremely slow, as if a huge mountain was hanging on each finger. As the seal formed, buzz. A roar that shook the earth and mountains was produced in the entire space. The 5 finger shadows swayed in the entire space. With these finger shadows, the karma hand that was previously hidden in the space of Heaven Way quietly appeared again. However, before the spell similar to the hand of karma could be formed, the huge roar shook again. The 9 suns in the sky dimmed, the mountains and rivers were on the verge of collapsing, and even Xiaohua himself was trembling. Fellow Daoist, do you want to die? Green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua with a panicked face and said anxiously, our space has just been formed, and the yin and yang and the 5 elements have just been established. We can't allow fellow Daoist to ravage it again. Even if fellow Daoist wants to use the innate 5 elements and reverse yin and yang, you should do it outside. After all, fellow Daoist's 5 elements and yin and yang are outside. Before fellow Daoist controls the entire space, you must not bring the karma of the outside world into this space. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately understood and didn't dare to form another seal. He hurriedly flicked his 5 fingers, and the entire space immediately became quiet. Then, he cupped his hands and said, thank you fellow Daoist for reminding me. This is my fault. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. This is our home, and we have to cherish each other. I am not like some primordial spirits who don't treat this place as their home. Green-robed Xiaohua actually curled his lips, looking quite strange. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that green-robed Xiaohua was talking about the bone-tempering Xiaohua, so he just smiled slightly, cupped his hands and left the space. He clearly knew that in this space, he had a feeling of controlling everything. Naturally, he could try to use the karma hand seal. However, outside the space, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. The amount of magic power he could use was limited. Although his nascent soul could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth, his nascent soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the backlash of the karma hand seal. He was afraid that he could only reach the spirit severing stage or the unity stage, fusing his nascent soul with his physical body. Then, his physical body would be able to communicate with heaven and earth like a nascent soul. Only then would he be able to rely on his demigod body to activate such a mysterious karma hand seal. After Xiaohua left the space, he urged Xiaoguo to move all of the spirit herbs and spirit trees from the Profound Water Palace into the space. In another part of the Profound Water Palace, there was a crystal wall that was over 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of huge triangular patterns were densely arranged on the wall. Each of these patterns was deeply indented, and the 3 sides of the patterns were protruding like a frame. These protrusions overflowed with different kinds of brilliance. Layer upon layer of magic power fluctuations surged like a tide. Suddenly, a triangle near the top of the wall emitted a bright blue brilliance. However, before the brilliance could be released, a tidal wave of magic power rushed towards the brilliance. In a few breaths of time, the brilliance was annihilated. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the brilliance of the triangle appeared again. As a result, the magic power fluctuations that had just calmed down rushed over again and strangled the brilliance of the triangle. This repeated several times. In the end, the brilliance was extremely brilliant, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, and finally bloomed. Boom! After the brilliance, a loud noise was heard. A huge hole appeared on the triangle. 2 monks covered in blood rushed out from the hole. Weren't they Cai Hui and Gu Zhen, who had parted ways with Xiao Hua and Xian? At this time, the 2 of them were in an extremely sorry state. The green lotus in Cai Hui's left hand seemed to have been eaten by worms, with only a small half of it remaining. The sword in his right hand was already broken, and even the remaining sword edge seemed to have been eaten by worms, with spots on it. Cai Hui's originally neat monk robe was now in tatters. In addition to the sporadic bloodstains, there were large bloodstains on his arms, legs, back, and front of his heart. There was also an extremely long bloodstain on his neck, which was still flowing with blood. Cai Hui was like this, but Gu Zhen was even worse. There were no sporadic bloodstains on Gu Zhen's monk robe. It was completely covered in large bloodstains. Under these bloodstains, the monk robe was completely torn. Under the monk robe, there were fist-sized wounds. Some of the filthy blood had already coagulated, while others were still bleeding. Even the hand that Gu Zhen used to hold the demon-subduing pestle was riddled with scars. Several torn muscles and flesh were exposed outside of the skin, shaking slightly with the trembling of Gu Zhen's arm. The demon-subduing pestle was not in good condition either. It was full of bumps and hollows, especially the tip of the pestle, which was now broken. There were still a few strands of flesh and blood on it. On the right side of Gu Zhen's face, a large piece of flesh was torn off. His white teeth were exposed. Gu Zhen's originally fierce face was now even more ferocious. If someone saw him at this time, they would not be able to classify him as a Buddhist disciple. Gu Zhen and Cai Hui rushed out of the hole. They could not stand still in the air at all. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 of them fell to the ground at the same time. It was unknown whether the 2 of them were exhausted or had fainted, but both of them lay on the ground without moving. After the time it took to finish a meal, Gu Zhen shook her body and struggled to stand up from the ground. She said shakily, "Cai Hui, can you still move?" "Grandmaster." Hearing Gu Zhen's voice, Cai Hui also shook his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. However, he still could not stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground. After a while, he took a deep breath and said softly, "This disciple should be able to hold on." Chapter 34-39. Sigh. Gu Zhen uses the demon-subduing pestle to prop himself on the ground, making his body seem extremely heavy. He turns around to look at the crystal wall, especially the triangle they rushed out of, and says with lingering fear, "What kind of ancient formation is this? How can it be so powerful? It's just a passage, but there are demon beasts and strange insects comparable to 5th-level essence energy cultivators inside. This demon beast is nothing. If we work together and risk getting injured, we can still kill it. But these strange insects are impervious to fire and water, and can even devour our Buddhist artifacts. They didn't even let go of this old monk's golden Buddha statue. What are these things?" Speaking up to hear, Gu Zhen looks at Cai Hui and asks, "Just now you released the Bodhi Sarira to attract the strange insects. Is your Sarira seriously damaged?" Ba, Cai Hui lowers her head and says, "Many thanks for Grandmaster's concern, disciple Sarira is fine." "That's good." Gu Zhen grins and smiles with difficulty. "This Sarira is the proof of your enlightenment, don't be careless." Disciple understands. Cai Hui smiles faintly and stands up with some difficulty. "Forget it, since we're here, we're one step closer to the ancient Buddha Sarira." Gu Zhen knocks the demon-subduing pestle on the ground and calls out, "This old monk wants to see if there's anything else that can stop us." Cai Hui doesn't rush to speak, instead looks around and reminds, "Grandmaster, there's no trace of Xian Tanyue and Tipu here. Could it be, they still haven't come out of the passage?" Saying so, Xiai Hui looks worriedly at the many triangles on the huge wall, guessing where Xiao Hua and Enchanting will rush out from. Sigh, Xiai Hui. Gu Zhen sighs and shakes his head. This old monk advises you not to be delusional. This passage is so dangerous. Even if Enchanting has an extraordinary background and an extremely powerful imperial artifact, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. You saw it yourself, those thousands of strange insects are definitely not something the two of them can deal with. Xiai Hui frowns slightly and answers, all right, Grandmaster knows, disciple feels that Tipu's cultivation is not below disciples. With his help, Enchanting might be able to rush out. That's your feeling. Gu Zhen was not optimistic about Xiao Hua and Enchanting's chances. This old monk thinks that Tipu's Buddhist treasure is somewhat powerful, but his Buddhist divine ability is not worth mentioning. Perhaps the paths they took were different. He won't come out from here. After waiting for a while and not seeing any movement, Xiai Hui asked hesitantly, Grandmaster, should we proceed? Of course, I'm already here. I can even smell the scent of the ancient Buddha. How can I not move forward? Gu Zhen raised his demon-subduing pestle and said in high spirits. But... Xiai Hui spoke again, does Grandmaster have any medicine for injuries? We are all heavily injured. If we don't treat our injuries, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with any abnormalities. Gu Zhen nodded. He took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Xiai Hui. These are the medicines commonly used by Buddhists. Take a look and you'll understand. There's no need for us to waste time. Let's take it as we go. Xiai Hui accepted the bottles and nodded in agreement. In front of Xiai Hui and Gu Zhen was a huge corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of huge blue stones. The stones were densely covered with strange patterns, and between the patterns were some simple runes. Wisps of obscure energy waves emanated from these runes. The light on the blue stones was weak and not enough to illuminate the corridor. However, there was light coming from somewhere in the corridor, illuminating the entire place. As Xiai Hui and Gu Zhen walked in, they could even see the runes above their heads clearly. Looking at the huge corridor, Xiai Hui was somewhat bewildered. She whispered, Grandmaster, isn't this corridor a little too tall? Even the Blackwater Palace we saw earlier wasn't this big. That was right. This corridor was as tall as the crystal wall that Xiai Hui and Gu Zhen had rushed out of earlier. It was at least 1,000 feet tall. Walking in it, Xiai Hui and Gu Zhen were like ants. Even if Gu Zhen displayed his golden Buddha body, it was still pathetically small. Gu Zhen didn't answer Xiai Hui's question. Instead, he carefully took out the jade bottles and either swallowed them or applied them externally. After treating the wounds all over his body, he raised his eyes and glanced to the left. He said indifferently, so what if it's tall? There's no Buddha ancestor or Buddha light. It's just a void. Amitabha. Xiai Hui's pale face blushed slightly. She put her palms together and said, this disciple understands. Gu Zhen no longer paid any attention to Xiai Hui. He strode forward. His footsteps were heavy, but they were unusually firm. Clearly, he had to obtain the ancient Buddha luster in the profound water palace. At this moment, Xiai Hui was somewhat hesitant. She slowed down a few steps and walked behind Gu Zhen. Looking at Gu Zhen's tall back and the bloodstains on his monk robes and even the bloodstains on his feet, she narrowed her eyes. She also picked up the jade bottles and began applying medicine. However, Xiai Hui's somewhat clumsy movements clearly showed that she was rarely injured and was inexperienced. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiai Hui had already finished cleaning up. When he placed the jade bottle into his bosom, he bit his lips tightly. His slightly narrowed eyes from before had already opened. His eyes that were like stars revealed a kind of clarity. The corridor was naturally a wall again. However, this wall was different from the crystal wall that Xiai Hui and Gu Zhen had rushed out of. It was a huge azure rock. Xiai Hui couldn't release her Buddha sense, so she naturally couldn't see the situation of the huge rock. However, her gaze fell on the huge rock. There were faint white clouds flowing in the azure sky. Obviously, there was a restriction on the huge rock. Since there was a restriction, Ci Hui was sure that there must be something behind the huge rock. Perhaps it was the fairy weapon that Xian was looking for, or perhaps it was the Kylie that Guzhen was looking for. Guzhen walked to the front of the stone wall. Without hesitation like Ci Hui expected, he turned and walked towards the right corridor. Ci Hui naturally followed suit. However, the moment he turned right, Ci Hui's shoulders suddenly trembled and she stopped. She then turned slightly and looked behind her from the corner of her eyes. A wisp of slight hesitation floated in Ci Hui's eyes like smoke. She then said, "Grandmaster Guzhen, Guzhen stopped and asked rather unhappily, "What's the matter?" "This disciple feels that the direction you're going is wrong." Ci Hui said with a sincere smile, "Grandmaster should take this path." With that, Ci Hui modestly turned sideways and put her palms together as if inviting Guzhen to go first. "Oh. Why is it this path and not the path that I have taken? Could it be that you've discovered something?" Guzhen's eyes widened. His surprised voice was very loud and clear, sounding as if he was asking a question. Ci Hui was still gentle and amiable. She smiled and said, "How should I put it? This disciple has a feeling that the ancient Buddha Kylie is in that direction. If there's any evidence, this disciple doesn't have it." Guzhen frowned slightly. There were still traces of blood on his face. Although he had taken a Buddhist spiritual medicine, the medicine's effect was obviously not that effective. Guzhen's frown made him look extremely ferocious. He seemed to be pondering. In the end, Ci Hui was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to raise her head, she heard Guzhen's voice again, "Fine. A Buddhist with a root of wisdom like you must be more sensitive to this Sarira than this old monk. I'll listen to you. Grandmaster, please." Ci Hui stretched out her hand and gestured for Guzhen to go first. She also expressed that she had no intention of having any thoughts about the ancient Buddha Kylie. Guzhen nodded again. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, Ci Hui didn't notice it. In fact, there was nothing special about the two sides of the stone wall. Even the texture on the tall stone wall was similar. The smooth stone wall didn't have any decorations. It looked no different from a cave. However, the passage seemed to be extremely long. Guzhen was in front and Ci Hui was behind. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, there was still no door. It was as if the passage had no end. Even so, Ci Hui was still careful. The Buddhist light around her flickered faintly. She was ready to receive the profound water palace's attack at any time. Ci Hui. Guzhen's footsteps slowed. He asked faintly, "Your feeling seems to be wrong. Why haven't we seen anything after walking for so long? Why don't you return with this old monk?" Ci Hui smiled, "Grandmaster, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's just ahead. This disciple's feeling should be right." Guzhen shook his head and said, "Ci Hui, although you know the heaven's feet, and you are one of the few disciples in our Buddhist league who is proficient in the five senses, the heaven's feet is just the heaven's feet, not the heaven's eyes, heaven's ears, and mind reading. In this old monk's opinion, you should return with this old monk." Guzhen emphasized the mind-reading ability so heavily that Ci Hui was quite puzzled. However, he hastily stopped Guzhen and said, "Grandmaster, please listen to this disciple. The ancient Buddha Kylie is really in front of us. This disciple absolutely does not dare to deceive Grandmaster. Ci Hui, repent and be saved." Guzhen shouted. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and was about to turn around. Boom! Guzhen's foot landed on the ground, causing the entire passage to shake. The stone wall actually emitted a faint brilliance as it shook. Oh! Guzhen was stunned. He looked at the bottom of his foot in disbelief, then took a step forward with his other foot. Dong! Another loud sound rang out, and the tunnel shook again. Ba? What's going on? Gu Zhen was surprised. He wanted to lift his leg again, but Ci Hui was looking into the distance. He cried out involuntarily, Grandmaster, you look over there. Boom. Another loud sound. This time, Gu Zhen's leg didn't land on the ground. Gu Zhen immediately understood and hurriedly turned to look. Gu Zhen's expression changed greatly when he saw what was going on. In the tunnel 200 feet away, a giant had appeared out of nowhere. This giant was several hundred zhang tall. Its huge body was suitable for walking in this enormous passage. Only now did Ci Hui and Gu Zhen realize that the passage was so enormous that it was meant for this giant to pass through. Chapter 34-40. When Ci Hui saw the giant, she called out without hesitation, Grandmaster, run. However, after controlling the cloud to fly for a while, he didn't see Gu Zhen following him. When he looked back, not only did Gu Zhen not follow him, he even controlled the cloud to meet the giant. Grandmaster. Ci Hui shouted, we're all seriously injured now. How can we fight? It's better to hide first. However, Gu Zhen didn't care about Ci Hui at all. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand in the air, and his flying speed increased again. Ci Hui stood in the air, biting her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, and the short sword drew a cold light in the air. She sighed and said, forget it. Since I've decided, so be it. Then, Ci Hui controlled the cloud to chase after the giant. Thump, thump. The giant's footsteps became more frequent, and he was getting closer to Ci Hui. At this moment, Ci Hui saw clearly that the giant was covered in a layer of aqua-blue armor. Not only did the armor cover the giant's body, but the helmet on his head also covered the giant's entire face. She couldn't see the giant's face clearly at all. The armor even covered the giant's hands and feet, and not a trace of skin was exposed. Just as Ci Hui was sizing up the giant, there was a buzzing sound, and the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen's body shone brightly. Then, Gu Zhen's body began to expand. Obviously, he was going to use the golden Buddha body. Ci Hui couldn't help but cry out, Grandmaster, you can't use the golden Buddha body in your current situation. Earlier in the passage, your golden Buddha body was on the verge of collapse. If you force it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Isn't the collapse of my golden Buddha body what you wanted? Gu Zhen sneered, didn't you bring me here so that I could act as your vanguard? If I die in the hands of this giant, won't the ancient Buddha shrine be yours? Grandmaster? Ci Hui's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly argued, you've misunderstood. How could I know there was a giant here? I only sensed the ancient Buddha shrine. Although the ancient Buddha shrine is an ancient item, it's still a relic. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I'm a guardian who can devour relics. Even with old Na's lotus cultivation base, I can't sense Tsili. How do you know? Gu Zhen stared at the giant as he flew, then sneered, this ancient Buddha fortune might be useful to this old monk, but wouldn't it be even more useful to you? How could this old monk not know what you're thinking? Martial ancestor really doesn't know what disciple is thinking. Ci Hui's face revealed a bitter smile. Alright, I really don't know what you're thinking. And I don't want to know. Gu Zhen said indifferently, but since you don't covet the ancient Buddha Kylie, let this old monk see your sincerity. This old monk has spent a lot of effort to get here, so I won't return empty-handed. Ci Hui's mouth was extremely bitter. She nodded and said, yes, disciple will let Grandmaster understand. Disciple will absolutely not fight with Grandmaster over this. Speaking of this, Ci Hui seemed to have suddenly realized something. She looked at Gu Zhen in disbelief and shouted, racked my brains? Grandmaster, could it be that the little monk's story? Seeing Ci Hui's enlightened expression, Gu Zhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, that's right. I can't believe you can think of something like this. If it weren't for this story, would benefactor Xian and monk Tipu have willingly come to the mystic water palace? This is an ancient array. Who would have the guts to come here if they weren't at the 6th or 7th level of origin energy? It's already good that we were lucky enough to get here. Xian and Tipu. I'm afraid they've already died in the passage. Forget it, forget it. Ci Hui sighed, poor junior brother Tipu. When he warned this old monk thought he was being too petty. But now it seems, the human heart is not what it used to be. Even a Buddhist disciple has a human heart inside him. What did the little monk Tipu say? Guzhen looked up at the giant who was still far away and asked calmly. Nothing. Ci Hui's voice was already calm, as if she had accepted Guzhen's change. She said indifferently, he only said to be careful of Grandmaster. Although Ci Hui emphasized the word Grandmaster, Guzhen was not moved. He only said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, the little monk is dead. No one will know what happened here. Ci Hui asked indifferently again, Grandmaster, are you really going to devour this disciple Saraira? Tsk, tisk. Guzhen stuck out his tongue and licked it. With the ancient Buddha Saraira, this old monk naturally won't have any ideas about you. You forged a Bodhi Saraira. In this life, you'll definitely attain the Buddha fruit of Bodhisattva. This old monk doesn't dare to be delusional. However, if you want to attain the Buddha fruit, you must escape today. This old monk doesn't think you can safely return to the passage now. As for whether you can defeat the giant, that depends on your luck. If you can't even defeat the giant, then your Buddha fruit is illusory. Hearing that Guzhen didn't intend to devour her Saraira, Ci Hui's expression became slightly better. She looked at the giant and said, no matter what you think, Grandmaster, you don't have to say what you've done. Since Grandmaster has protected my Buddhist sect and done a meritorious deed for my Pure Land world, then this disciple is willing to lend Grandmaster a hand. Fight the giant and get the Saraira. Don't say those useless things. Let's fight. Guzhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and said, this giant is very strange. It doesn't have the pressure of an ordinary Tao cultivator. It doesn't even have any magic power fluctuations. It's really an unfathomable person. You and I may not be its opponent. I'm afraid this is the place of nirvana for us. War puppet. Suddenly, Ci Hui thought of something and said in shock, oh no, this is a war puppet of the Tao sect. War puppet? Guzhen narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand. He said in a low voice, is it the war puppet and general puppet of the Confucian cultivators? Yes, if this disciple is right, this must be a war puppet of the Tao sect. Ci Hui nodded and said, how can an ordinary cultivator have such a tall Dharma idol? Even if it's a Dharma idol, it can't be so heavy. Unless it's a war puppet tempered by an ancient secret technique, its body is made of materials that have been tempered thousands of times. No magic weapon or Buddhist treasure can break it. That's good. Guzhen showed a rare smile on his face, since it's not a real Tao cultivator and is just a dead object, I still have a way to deal with it. Although we Buddhist sect disciples abstain from eating meat and fish, the magic weapon in my hand is not to be trifled with. Grandmaster, don't underestimate it. The Tao sect's magic power is boundless. Ci Hui hurriedly shouted when he saw that the giant war puppet had run to 100 feet away from them and the thick spear in its right hand was already waving. The wind was calling, and the flashing cold light was about to reach them. Sadly, before he could finish his words, Guzhen's golden Buddha statue, which was over 100 feet long, had already flown up into the air. Guzhen's thick arm reached out, and under the effect of his willpower, the alms bowl that he had been holding in his hand flew up into the air. At the same time, Guzhen interrupted him, it's useless to say more. Fight. As the alms bowl flew up into the air, a golden light was emitted from the alms bowl and instantly covered the war puppet. When the golden light fell, the war puppet didn't resist at all. Withdraw. Guzhen was not happy but frightened. He was already nervous, but he still formed a seal with one hand and chanted a mantra. As the Buddhist seal fell, the golden light in the alms bowl became brighter and the suction force also increased greatly. However, the war puppet didn't seem to have noticed the golden light and didn't stop at all. It kept moving forward and the long spear even sped up. Gu Zhen hurriedly moved back and activated his psyche power again. Unfortunately, although the suction force of the alms bowl was strong, it only made the war puppet's limbs float slightly. If he didn't take the whole war puppet into the alms bowl, he couldn't do it. Rise, rise, rise. Seeing that the ordinary method didn't work, Gu Zhen slapped his head and roared 3 times. Above his head, another Buddhist light soared into the sky and turned into a golden lotus, which fell on the alms bowl. Buzz buzz. The alms bowl, the Buddhist treasure of the Buddhist sect, actually produced a rumbling sound just like the magical treasure of the Taoist sect. The Buddhist light that rushed out from the alms bowl turned into tiny lotuses that fell on the body of the battle avatar. Soon after, dragon roars came out from the lotuses. The lotuses shattered and numerous heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect appeared from the shattered lotuses. These heavenly dragons and strongmen of the Buddhist sect revolved around the battle avatar. The entire area of several hundred feet was covered by this Buddhist phenomenon. Good. Seeing that the huge war puppet was slowly lifted into the air by the dragons and strongmen, Xi Hui was secretly delighted. However, before he could put his palms together, the war puppet, which had just risen a few feet, suddenly raised its hand and pierced the alms bowl with a blue spear. Withdraw, Gu Zhen sneered and made another seal with one hand. The alms bowl not only expanded but also strengthened its suction force. The war puppet lost its balance and was sucked several feet higher. Hiss. The battle puppet that hadn't made any sound all this time suddenly released a sound that resembled the hiss of a viper from within its armor. The spear that it had raised actually left its hand, and like a streak of lightning, it struck towards the alms bowl in midair. You're courting death. Gu Zhen didn't even blink. He pointed his finger and the alms bowl roared louder and rotated. The Buddhist light also turned into a lotus-shaped vortex around the alms bowl. Puff. With a soft sound, the spear, which was hundreds of feet long, disappeared into the Buddhist light and didn't cause any ripples. It can't be. It's that simple. Xi Hui, who had retreated hundreds of feet, was stunned when she saw the war puppet's spear being absorbed by the bone staff. You come in too. Gu Zhen laughed. It's just a lifeless war puppet. Before Gu Zhen's laughter died away, something strange happened. In the lotus-shaped Buddhist light, a thin water-blue brilliance emerged like the head of a spirit snake. Then, it expanded and lengthened rapidly, following the trajectory of the spear and falling into the war puppet's hand. Chapter 34-41. What? Oh no. Gu Zhen's laughter stopped abruptly. Before he could react, the war puppet raised its hand again. Bang! With a loud bang, the Buddha's light on the alms bowl disappeared. Not only did the countless heavenly dragons and strongmen disappear instantly, but the alms bowl also shrank rapidly. Swoosh! The poisonous water in the alms bowl immediately fell from the air. Looking at the water again, the shrunken alms bowl had been pierced by the long spear, and a blue spear tip came out from the bottom of the alms bowl. Gu Zhen's expression changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and ignored the alms bowl. He raised his hand again and placed it on top of his head. Puff! Another Buddha's light soared into the sky. Kill! With a roar, Gu Zhen's Buddha's light turned into a 30-meter-long palm. It dodged the long spear and hit the puppet directly. The puppet hurriedly shook the long spear to get rid of the alms bowl. However, the alms bowl had its own universe. How could it be thrown away so easily? Seeing that the long spear couldn't be pulled back in a short time, the puppet's left hand flashed with blue light. The long spear gradually became thinner and shorter, while its right hand clenched into a fist and hit the huge palm in the air. Oh no! Xi Hui naturally understood that the long spear was so powerful. How could it be an ordinary weapon? If Ci Hui guessed correctly, it must be a magic treasure of the Taoism sect. Ci Hui didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly used her remaining psyche power to send a message. She didn't know whether Gu Zhen heard the message or not. At this moment, with a loud bang, Gu Zhen's huge palm was smashed by the puppet's right fist. At the same time, the puppet was also slapped down by the huge palm. When the puppet fell to the ground, the whole passage shook. The long spear was also taken back by the puppet. However, Ci Hui saw that the puppet's right hand was broken. Gu Zhen's huge palm was a blow from the Buddhist sect's Lotus Realm Guardian. It was not easy for the puppet to block it. Although the huge palm was effective against the puppet, Ci Hui didn't feel happy. She knew that Gu Zhen didn't have the psyche power to use the huge palm now. As expected, Gu Zhen roared again, "Kill!" The demon-subduing pestle in Gu Zhen's hand drew a yellow light in the air and smashed toward the puppet's right hand. Seeing that Gu Zhen's Dharmakaya body, which was much taller than him, was still like a child in front of the puppet, Ci Hui had mixed feelings. If it was before, she might be able to fight it. But now, how could she fight? Woo! An extremely ear-piercing and sharp sound resounded abruptly, and it was precisely the sound of the combat puppet brandishing its spear. Ci Hui's heart. With the impulse of hot blood gushing out of her body. Amitba. Ci Hui hurriedly activated the Buddhist sect's supernatural power. A loud Buddhist chant came out from her mouth. Immediately, the Buddhist light around her body shone brightly. She tried her best to restrain her chi and blood. How could it be so powerful? Ci Hui didn't expect that the puppet's attack could be a sound attack. She was shocked. But when she swept the long spear, she was even more shocked. She saw traces of black and white light flashing in the air where the long spear passed. Although the light flashed and disappeared, Ci Hui could see that the puppet's attack had the tendency of tearing the void apart. It was not a coincidence that the alms bowl was broken. How could the current him, or even Gu Zhen, withstand such a powerful attack? Moreover, the long spear was extremely fast and its attack range was wide. Although Gu Zhen had already flown up and attacked the long spear with his demon-subduing pestle, he couldn't compare with the long spear in terms of momentum and power. The long spear was like a blue rainbow bridge. It had already arrived in front of Gu Zhen. It seemed that the long spear could pierce through Gu Zhen's golden body in a few breaths. Gu Zhen's fighting style was purely using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Grandmaster. Ci Hui didn't dare to be careless. The Buddhist seal in her left hand burst out and the sword in her right hand also waved. Waves of psyche power rushed out and the Buddhist seal turned into a big hand that slapped at the puppet's arm. The Buddhist light on the sword surged, and thousands of heavenly flowers and fairies appeared indistinctly. Then, a shadow came out of the sword and slashed at the puppet's arm. Boom! Gu Zhen's demon-subduing pestle hit the long spear. As Ci Hui expected, Gu Zhen's golden body seemed to have been struck by lightning. While it trembled rapidly, the golden body crashed into the stone wall on the side of the passage. Bang! The golden body crashed into the stone wall, and wisps of golden liquid splashed on it. Before the liquid could flow down the wall, the runes on the huge stone wall overflowed and immediately absorbed the liquid. Gu Zhen's face was now dark gold, and the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly. The long spear sent Gu Zhen flying, but it didn't stop at all. As the puppet flipped its hand, the long spear streaked across the air and stabbed at Gu Zhen's heart at an angle. Fight! Gu Zhen shouted and raised the demon-subduing pestle with both hands. His body flew up from the stone wall and met the long spear again. Puff! Puff! Two weak sounds rang out. It was Ci Hui's Buddhist seal and sword that struck the puppet's arm. Unfortunately, the puppet's arm flashed with a layer of faint blue light. On top of the blue light, the dazzling golden Buddhist seal flashed with an intense brilliance. However, in the blink of an eye, the Buddhist seal disappeared under the blue light. On the contrary, the treasured sword left a shallow wound on the arm of the battle puppet. However, a bright white color surged out from the wound. When the blue color surged out from the wound, the bright white color gradually healed. C.I. Huey's attack didn't cause any damage to the puppet, nor did it stop the long spear from hitting Guzhen. It was far weaker than Guzhen's huge palm. Seeing the tip of the long spear approaching, Guzhen raised the demon-subduing pestle with all his strength. Just as it touched the long spear, Guzhen's body flew up involuntarily. Puff! Just as Guzhen was sent flying, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden body shrank uncontrollably by more than half. Clearly, Guzhen had been injured by the battle puppet's attack. This is impossible to kill the puppet. C.I. Huey's face was pale. He didn't know what to do. He was a Buddhist disciple with 4th grade elemental energy, but he had just passed through a dangerous situation. Now, he was at most at the 3rd or 2nd grade. How could he cause any damage to the puppet? C.I. Hui pondered, but the puppet didn't give them any time. At this moment, the puppet moved again. Its left hand slightly clenched into a fist, and it punched at Guzhen, who had lost his balance in midair. A gust of wind that wasn't inferior to the long spear suddenly sounded. "Grandmaster, be careful!" C.I. Hui shouted. He grabbed the sword with both hands and used his psychokinesis to hack at the puppet's neck. Good timing. Seeing the puppet's huge fist coming, Guzhen wasn't frightened. Instead, he was happy. He waved his right arm, and the demon-subduing pestle hit the fist again. Bang, kacha! The demon-subduing pestle broke on the puppet's fist into 2 pieces. Under the impact, Guzhen's body flew toward the puppet's face faster than an arrow. Kill! Seeing that he was only a few feet away from the puppet's face, Guzhen's hands formed a Buddhist mudra in front of his chest. With a roar, a brilliant Buddhist light appeared from his hands. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the void. The Buddhist mudra, which was at least 3 feet large, flashed in midair and fell on the puppet's head like a spider web. Kacha! The Buddhist mudra hit the puppet's face. The helmet covering the puppet's head made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared instantly. Its weakness is its head. Guzhen was exhausted when he sent out the Buddhist mudra. His psychokinesis was exhausted, but he still didn't forget to tell C.I. Hui. Roar! Before C.I. Hui could speak, the puppet seemed to be in great pain. It roared and the long spear in its hand casually slashed in midair. Rumble! With a loud sound, the long spear actually pierced into the stone wall, and a large piece of green stone was cut off by the long spear. At the same time, the puppet's other fist didn't stop at all. It swept toward where Guzhen was. Guzhen was happy and scared at the same time. He was happy because he finally found the puppet's weakness. This puppet obviously didn't have spirituality. He only needed to attack the puppet's weakness, and he might be able to kill the puppet. But he was scared because the puppet was so powerful. He had only met the puppet a few times, but he was already injured again. How could he get the ancient Buddha Kylie? Boom! While Guzhen was dodging, the puppet's fist hit the stone wall. With a loud sound, all kinds of green stone fragments scattered everywhere. See! Guzhen gasped and murmured, "Since ancient times, there is a saying that strength can break all spells. This puppet doesn't need any spells. As long as it has this unparalleled strength, who can defeat it?" Woo! When Guzhen was in a daze, a cold wind blew by his ear again. When he raised his head, a huge shadow appeared on his right like a dark cloud. Left elbow. Suddenly, Guzhen realized that the puppet's fist didn't work, so it naturally used its elbow. This puppet actually knows the fist and foot of the Confucian military school. Under the puppet's right elbow, a fierce wind appeared in the passage. The wind made Guzhen lose the courage to breathe. He hurriedly made a mudra with both hands, trying to block the elbow that seemed to be able to smash him into meat paste. Ah! Guzhen really didn't have any psychokinesis now. As soon as the Buddhist mudra was formed, the puppet's left elbow attacked Guzhen. With just a light touch, the Buddhist light around Guzhen disappeared. Guzhen's whole body was hit like a bullet again, and he fell on the stone wall with a scream. When Guzhen's golden body touched the stone wall, it shrank by half again, and his face became even paler. What a pity. Guzhen couldn't help sighing when he saw the puppet's right arm being hit and also trembling. The Buddhist light transformed by the Buddhist mudra fell on the puppet's right elbow, and the puppet's right arm immediately became stiff. He knew that his psychokinesis was insufficient, so he couldn't make a similar Buddhist mudra again. This combat avatar was incomparably huge, and the materials used to refine it were definitely rare and precious. Only by breaking the elbows and knees of this combat avatar would he be able to defeat it. In order to completely smash the puppet, he needed his Buddha's palm. But would he have a chance to use it again? Chapter 34-42. Grandmaster, saving your life is more important. Don't fight. Ci Hui was nearby. Seeing the battle puppet's arrogance, the stone wall shattered, and Guzhen's golden body withered, Ci Hui hurriedly shouted, "Battle puppets are good at fighting. We don't have psychokinesis now." Guzhen sneered, "If my psychokinesis wasn't exhausted, why would I do this? If you have the heart, why don't you offer your Saraira? You said it very well earlier that you would help me get the ancient Buddha Saraira. Now is the time for you to help me. Offer your Bodhi Saraira. After I swallow it and add more psychokinesis, I'll be able to kill this battle puppet with Buddha palm." Ci Hui clenched his teeth. Without any hesitation, his face showed a kind of desperation. Then, he cried out miserably, "Okay, Grandmaster knows. It's not that I don't want to offer my Saraira, but what?" Guzhen sneered, "But you also want the ancient Buddha Saraira, right?" Alas. Ci Hui sighed and took a few steps back. He patted his forehead and chanted, "Namo Amitba." A Buddha light flashed above Ci Hui's head, and a human-shaped Saraira flew out from his Naiwan palace. Although this relic was in the shape of a human, this human form was extremely damaged. Not only was its head missing, but its limbs were also missing. Its body was riddled with holes, and it was no different from a beehive. Looking at the fourth-grade lotus platform below the relic, it was also shattered like broken cotton. If it wasn't for the dim Buddha light that formed the human shape, it would be impossible to tell that this was a human-shaped Saraira. Ah! Guzhen was surprised to see the human-shaped Saraira. He shouted, "Ci Hui, why is your Saraira so broken?" Guzhen raised his head slightly and looked at the broken Bodhi Saraira. He answered faintly, "In the passage, Grandmaster showed his invincible power to kill the strange insects. I was helpless and could only use the Saraira to attract the insects. You. Guzhen's voice trembled. He didn't expect Ci Hui to make such a big sacrifice. After all, Saraira was the foundation of a Buddha's cultivation. Moreover, Ci Hui's Saraira was the Bodhi Saraira, which was the proof of his attainment in this life. Ci Hui's actions were clearly for the sake of saving Guzhen, and she had tossed her current life's attainment beyond the 9 heavens. Since this disciple has already promised Grandmaster, I can naturally give this relic to Grandmaster to consume today." Ci Hui looked at the blue light flashing rapidly around the puppet as it struggled to break free from the shackles on its arm. She said indifferently, "Moreover, this disciple originally planned to do so. However, martial ancestor's psyche force is currently lacking. Even if I deliver the relic, I'm afraid martial ancestor will be unable to execute the Buddha's palm again." In the end, you still can't bear to." Guzhen sneered again. Ci Hui paid no attention to Guzhen's ridicule, and continued to say, "Disciple will use my own strength to stop the war dolls, and help Grandmaster obtain the ancient Buddha's fortune. Of course, whether or not martial ancestor can obtain it will depend on martial ancestor's fortune." With that, Ci Hui waved her hand and the azure lion she was sitting on appeared out of thin air. Ci Hui then said, "Martial ancestor, this azure lion has accompanied disciple in cultivation for many years. If martial ancestor is able to leave, please take it with you." Roar. The azure lion roared angrily, and auspicious clouds appeared under its feet as it charged towards the war dolls. "Silly child," Ci Hui softly reprimanded, "our fate has come to an end. Don't be angry." Roar. The azure lion let out a sorrowful cry, but it didn't dare to disobey Ci Hui's words. It obediently lay down in the air, and tears dripped from its eyes. "Ci Hui, what are you doing?" Gu Zhen frowned slightly and asked in confusion. But before Ci Hui could answer, hiss. A low hiss sounded again. Dong. The passage shook again. The war dolls had already broken free from their shackles, and were walking towards the two people. Ci Hui didn't pay attention to it. She waved her left hand, and half of the green lotus root fell into her hand. She pointed her hand at the top of her head, and chanted, "The green lotus burns my body, the sarira helps me to live forever, the flesh serves the lotus platform, the golden body protects Buddhism." Before Ci Hui's chanting fell, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the passage, and countless tiny heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air. When Ci Hui's body touched the top of her head, it immediately collapsed, transforming into tiny lotuses. These lotuses flashed with 7-colored Buddhist light, and rushed towards the Bodhi Sarira in the air. This Gu Zhen didn't understand at first, but suddenly turned pale with fright. He shouted, "This is the flesh lotus of the Xiang sect. You don't want the cultivation of 9 lives? You don't want to enter reincarnation? You don't want to attain Buddhism?" Gu Zhen asked, "No," 3 times in a row. Obviously, he was extremely puzzled by Ci Hui's action. Amitabha. Ci Hui's body had already transformed into half of a lotus, but his voice still came, "Grandmaster has given up a lot in her life to protect Buddhism. Now that her state of mind has been possessed by the devil, I'm afraid that she can't attain Buddhism in the future. This ancient Buddha Sarira is what Grandmaster needs in this life. If Grandmaster can fulfill her wish, she will definitely be able to kill the devil in her heart. If she can keep a useful protector for Buddhism, how can I not attain Buddhism?" Ci Hui's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear in the cadence of the Sanskrit words. There was no solemnity, only a faint calmness. This calmness, together with the sky, spread throughout the entire passage, even penetrating the stone walls. This. As a protector of Buddhism, Gu Zhen obviously couldn't understand Ci Hui's actions. He knew very well the drawbacks of the flesh lotus of the Xiang sect. Ci Hui turned his body into a lotus and sent it into the Sarira. Although the Bodhi Sarira was completed, Ci Hui's body was gone. Ci Hui had no chance to enter reincarnation. His body, and even the negative karma condensed by the Sarira had completely ended in this life. Even if he had the chance to enter Buddhism again, he would no longer be Ci Hui. Moreover, if Ci Hui didn't enter reincarnation, how could he become a human again? In these few breaths, Ci Hui's body completely disappeared, and the Bodhi Sarira gradually became full again. In particular, the 4th grade lotus was complete. Ci Hui's voice came from the Bodhi Sarira, "Amitabha. Grandmaster, take care. As long as you have kindness in your heart, a protector is also a Buddha." Before his voice died away, Ci Hui's Bodhi Sarira flashed rapidly, turning into a 7-colored lotus and falling towards the approaching war puppet out of thin air. Hiss. The war puppet's long spear suddenly pierced out. The tip of the spear that could tear the void fell on the colorful lotus, but it missed. The lotus covered the war puppet's head without any suspense. Whoosh. At the critical moment, the war puppet suddenly dodged to the left. When the lotus fell, it hit the right side of the war puppet. Swish. The sound was softer than the sound of the poisonous water falling from the alms bowl. The 7-colored lotus turned into a rainbow and rushed into the war puppet's body. Boom. Like a high wall collapsing, the entire right side of the war puppet's body completely collapsed. In a moment, 60% of its body was peeled off from the war puppet's body. Kill. Seeing that Ci Hui had succeeded, Gu Zhen urged his body to move again, forming a mudra with his little psyche power, and hit the war puppet's head again. Woo! At the same time, the rainbow rushed out of the war puppet. It was abnormally dim, but this rainbow was like a kind and unyielding war soul. With a turn, it rushed towards the war puppet again. Unexpectedly, the war puppet shook the long spear in its left hand, and the whole spear turned into a big hand in an instant, covering the rainbow. Hiss! The war puppet hissed, and the big hand suddenly shrank. In a flash, the rainbow was condensed into a thumb-sized crystal bead. Then, the war puppet swung its hand, and the crystal bead turned into a trace in the air, hitting Guzhen's Buddhist mudra. This war puppet actually knew how to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Bang! With a loud sound, the crystal bead condensed by C.I. Huey's Dharma power broke Guzhen's Buddhist mudra. Without any delay, it immediately rushed into the stone wall behind Guzhen, and a huge crack appeared on the stone wall. Guzhen's body was even knocked back, and he slumped to the ground after hitting the stone wall. Whoosh! With the same sound of flowing water, the rainbow crystal bead that had sunk into the stone wall unyieldingly rushed out again, and hit the war puppet's face. However, the war puppet raised its hand tightly, and immediately grasped the crystal bead. This time, the war puppet did not hesitate. The war puppet closed its hand, and with a crack, the crystal bead was instantly crushed. When the crystal bead turned into rainbow-colored fireflies and scattered in the air, the Sanskrit chants that had filled the sky just now suddenly stopped. Guzhen struggled hard, but he could not stand up. He stared at the rainbow-colored fireflies, and he knew clearly that C.I. Hui did not exist in this world anymore. Boom! Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Only about 30 meters away from Guzhen, an extremely dazzling blue light shone from the aqua-blue wall. The light was like a bright moon, and Guzhen couldn't help but close his eyes. In the bright moon, a figure walked out with the light, and the huge stone wall collapsed in the light. Guzhen paled in fright. He could not help but squeeze himself against the wall as if that was the only way to protect himself. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure, trying to get a better look at him. The figure was only 8 feet tall, and his eyes were slightly closed in the light. His body flashed with rainbow-colored brilliance. Looking from afar, he was a full-bodied heavenly court, and a rainbow-colored monk's robe was draped over his body, with thousands of golden runes flowing and flashing on it. Looking at the figure's head, the 5 buns on his hair were very eye-catching. However, Guzhen only glanced at the figure's appearance before his eyes fell on the figure's hands again. The figure's hands were not clasped together, but raised slightly. In his left hand was a green lotus, and in his right hand was a treasured sword. It was no different from C.I. Huey's sword. This is the ancient Buddha rainbow. Guzhen was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses and exclaimed while looking at the rainbow-colored light. Now that he had seen the ancient Buddha rainbow, how could Guzhen control himself? He struggled to fly up from the ground, but unfortunately, before he could stand up, the fireflies that had been crushed by the war puppet rushed into the rainbow-colored ancient Buddha rainbow like swallows returning to their nest. That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.